and welcome to the May 17th, 2022 meeting of the City of Lakeland Planning and Zoning Board. The board meets every third Tuesday of the month to review proposals for changing the city's comprehensive plan, its future land use map, zoning changes consistent with the map, and conditional use permits. The board is made up of 7 members appointed by the City Commission and is assisted by the staff of the Community and Economic Development Department and the City Attorney's Office. Staff will advance any presentation slides that should have been provided prior to the meeting. The meeting is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a public hearing where we expect to hear new applicants explain their request and receive comments from affected parties. The second part of the meeting is termed the general meeting and primarily consists of acting on recommendations from staff about the cases that came up in the prior month's meeting. We invite everyone who wishes to participate to be heard. We do ask that you be concise in your comments and that speakers avoid being repetitive. That is, if several people have pointed out traffic concerns, there is no need to hear additional comments regarding traffic again. But we would like to hear anything new that has not been addressed. In order to allow everyone to have an opportunity to speak, there will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker, and the clerk has a timer for this purpose. We respectfully ask that you adhere to this rule. We also ask at this time that you silence all mobile devices. Also, if you do come up to speak, we ask that you give your name and address. With that, we thank you all for being here, and I'll turn the meeting over to the Secretary, Ronald Roberts. Ronald.
Good morning. Item 1, conditional use to allow for the conversion of a group home into a 2-family residential dwelling located on property located at 722 East Myrtle Street. Owner Parker Street Ministries, Inc., applicant Strickland Construction, and this is for consideration of final decision.
Hello, good morning. Damaris Stahl, a senior planner with Community and Economic Development. This request for conditional use permit is to convert 16-bed group home into a 2-family structure with an existing building located at 722 East Myrtle Street. The property is zoned RA4, which is a single-family residential in the urban neighborhood contact district. The map displays here's the general location of the property. And the property is improved with a 4,573 square foot structure on the 0.32 acre lot located on the northwest corner of East Myrtle and North Stella. Property is located north of East Myrtle Street and west of Stella. The purpose of this request is to allow the existing non-conforming group home to 2-family home, it's a less impactive non-conforming use. The aerial here of the properties north and west adjacent to the subject property are vacant. They are zoned for single-family residential, and the property to the south is a single-family home, and to the east is a multi-family home residentials. The subject property is located within the Lakeland CRA Midtown District in the Parker Street neighborhood. The building was built in 1985, and the Peace River Stepping Stone Group Home began operation in 1992. In 1993, the area was reclassified for zoning for the Parker Street neighborhood to conform with zoning regulations of the time. And it was approved in 1993 by City Commission. So this group home was established prior to the reclassification. And so it was considered a legal non-conforming use. The Peace River Center Stepping Stones Group Home stopped operation in December of 2020, and the building was donated in December 2021 to Parker Street Ministries. The average home size in the neighborhood is approximately 1,200 square feet. So this current building at a little over 4,500 square feet is not economically viable to convert it to a single-family for residential use. Therefore, the proposed request will result in reducing the nonconformity while making rehabilitation for this building economically viable for the new business owner. This here is the site plan of the proposed duplex. This building structure will stay the same. What will be added here, as you can see, is additional driveway to accommodate the family. And as you can see, this here is the floor plan for the proposed floor plan for the duplex. This here is the current building facing north. It's the front of the building. This is the southeast corner of East Myrtle Street facing northwest, and you can see Midtown Lofts in the onto the west. Northeast property boundary here facing southwest. And this is still the northeast boundary facing north. This is the northwest corner facing east. And here's the southwest boundary facing northeast. You can see the single-family home in the foreground there. Oops. And I will stop right here to allow the applicant answer any questions you may have before I read the conditions. This is for consideration of approval, and we'll go to City Commission as well. So, the applicant, step up and introduce yourself.
Do you have any questions? Didn't look like anybody was dying to say anything, so.
Can we get your name?
Yes, my name is Timothy Mitchell. I'm the Executive Director of Parker Street Ministries. I live at 510 North Stella Avenue, just a block away from this particular facility. Nothing?
Do you have any comments?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have any comments or any statements?
No, we're just happy to have a chance to turn something that wasn't being used well to something. This will be an affordable housing for real. It's going to be income-based rental, so families from the neighborhood who are really struggling. A lot of our families are running out of space in the 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom apartments that are available. So this is an opportunity for us to get families into a larger structure. So it'll be, both sides will be 4-bedroom, 4-bath, just because that's how the group home was already set up. So these will be, we'll be able to offer this to some of our larger families and hopefully provide some stability long-term. So we're excited for the chance of helping our families. So thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Do I hear a motion?
She's got these conditions.
Yes, so these here are the following conditions for the property. The permitted uses in accordance with subsection 13.3.2.4 of the Land Development Code. The existing non-conforming group home may be converted to a 2-family dwelling as a less impacted non-conforming use. If converted to a 2-family dwelling, the existing group home shall not be reestablished. Termination of the non-conforming use. As non-conforming use should the 2-family dwelling be destroyed or cease to be occupied for a period of 365 consecutive days or longer, it shall be subject to termination provisions specified under subsections 13.3.2.5 and 13.3.2.6 of the Land Development Code. Development standards in accordance with the RA4 Urban Neighborhood Context Subdistrict Standards as specified in Table 3.4-1 of the Land Development Code. Off-street parking in accordance with subsection 4.11.4.6 of the Land Development Code and the site development plan that's attached to B. And buffering with the internal side and rear side yards, a 6-foot-high privacy fence with a minimum view blockage of 90% shall be constructed and maintained along the north and west property boundaries. It's just a site plan again, just so you guys can see that.
Yeah.
I have a question, actually. Can you go back to the conditions, the first page of conditions, please? For condition B, the 365 consecutive days or longer, does that encompass both sides or one side?
It would be the entire
The entire building?
building.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Now, do we hear a motion to approve?
I move to approve item 1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And just for clarification, that was based on the staff recommendation,
Right.
correct? Okay.
Correct.
Item 2, minor modification of plan unit development zoning for Parkway Corporate Center to reduce the interior side yard setback for an existing office building located at 3930 South Pipkin Road to allow for the construction of a new 10,800 square foot office building on the adjacent property to the south located at 3940 South Pipkin Road. Owner JP Properties PC LLC, applicant Laniv Emick, JSK Consulting. And this is for consideration of final decision.
Good morning. For the record, Todd Vargo with Community and Economic Development. This is the location map. This is Parkway Corporate Center right here on the south side of Drainfield. Here's a map of the subject property and an aerial. It looks a little different from this. This is an older aerial. There's been, you'll see on the next slide, there's been a industrial building developed on this north portion. This is a 2-acre site, and the minimum lot sizes in the Parkway Corporate Center are 1 acre. So what happened, and I'll go to the next slide. What happened and why we're here today is that the applicant came through with this site plan to put a proposed building on the north portion of this site. The staff who reviewed it was unaware of any plans for the southern portion, and we weren't told what their plans were for the southern portion. We kind of figured it was for expansion of the building they were making here, and this was approved last year. Late last year, or early this year, I don't remember exactly when, they came forward to us and said, well, they wanted to split the 1 acre on the south part off and sell it and put another, somebody would put another industrial building there. The problem was, again, when we reviewed their site plan, we didn't know that was the future plans for this property. And so this building was built too close to the proposed, newly proposed lot line, so that this would be 1 acre and this would be 1 acre. So that's basically why we're here today, is to basically reduce the setbacks for these 2 lots so that we can get another industrial building in the Parkway Corporate Center. So this is what was proposed by the applicant. Again, on the north is the existing building. On the south is the new planned building. And I've got to zoom in here on the next slide so you can read it a little better, hopefully. So normally in this PUD, the The development standards follow the I-1 district in the suburban special purpose context district, which requires 20 feet between the property line, the side property line, and the building. Well, as you can see, the existing building here on the north side was only given a 5-foot setback, again, because we didn't realize what was going to happen with the south portion. And so they're asking for a 20-foot building separation between the existing and the new building with 15 feet side setback for the new building, and then again, the existing building is already built at 5 foot from the new proposed property line. It's kind of easy, but I will let the applicant come up if they wanted to say anything, make a presentation. Oh, there he is.
Good morning, Matthew Johnson, JSK Consulting. My address is 5904 Hillside Heights in Lakeland, Florida. Zip code is 33812. And I wanted to first off say I appreciate everyone's time this morning, and I've been working extremely well with the staff members here. We'd like to apologize for any communication on the original plan that was done by another consulting firm. So we were asked to come in and engineer and permit the construction of this southern office warehouse building. And the owner, developer of this warehouse office building, by the way, is also building a much larger warehouse right across the street. A big employment opportunity for the city, investing in the community. But again, we stand for any questions. Our setbacks are in keeping with other buildings in the industrial park. We are maintaining the same setbacks that are allowed by right on the rear side, on the front building, and also on the southern side. It's just that at this moment we are respectfully requesting a 15-foot setback instead of a 20-foot setback on the interior side setback is what it essentially falls to. So again, appreciate everyone's time. Available for any questions you guys might have. So I mean, thank you very much again.
Any questions from the board?
I have one. Is it intended that semis or large vehicles are going to be traveling between these two buildings?
No, ma'am. There's actually a green grassed area, and there's no cars or trucks traveling. All of the internal trips will be on the southern side of the building. Good question, though. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Is it the same owner and developer for both of those parcels?
It is not. No, ma'am. The owner of the northern parcel is Canco Construction, and he's the owner of the property, but he has a contract to sell the southern acre to go to a warehouse, which again is building a 45,000 square foot warehouse on the other side of the road directly across the street from this project.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I apologize. I have some slides, some pictures. So there's the existing Canco warehouse that Matthew spoke about. And you see off to the right is the southern portion that's not built upon currently. And then there's another look at the southern portion.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
I will go ahead and read the conditions. This is a minor modification to the existing PUD. So we have that what we're proposing to delete from the PUD is struck out, and then what we're proposing to add is underlined. but it says development regulations for the area that allows commercial/retail land uses the north 400 feet. Development shall be in accordance with the C1/suburban special purpose context subdistrict standards. For all other areas, development shall be in accordance with the I1/suburban special purpose context subdistrict standards, except as follows. Number 1, Tract I, A, minimum rear yard setback 50 feet. That was actually already in the PUD. We're not talking about that today. We're talking about number 2, Lot 4, the north 291.73 feet. A, minimum setback from interior side property line 5 feet, and B, minimum distance from buildings on adjacent parcels 20 feet. All areas are subject to the Polk County Airport zoning regulations.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Comments from the audience? Comments from the audience?
No. Any comments from the audience? Do we have a motion to accept the
I'll motion to
conditions?
approve based on staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3, annexation. A small-scale land use amendment to apply future land use designation of business park and the application of medium industrial zoning, concurrent with a city-initiated request to apply suburban special purpose context district designation on approximately 8.52 acres located at 5149 Swindale Road. Owner Leroy Wells, Supplemental Needs Trust, applicant Kendra McBee, Sloan Engineering Group.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Philip Scarce. I'm a principal planner with Community and Economic Development. To show you some location slides here. This is an 8.52 acre parcel on Swindale Road. It's about a quarter mile east of County Line Road. Here, we'll just drill down here. This is the site. The site consists of three parcels, again totaling 8.52. The annexation total will be approximately 9.03 acres because we're taking in a portion of the Swindale Road right-of-way as well. But the development site that we're talking about is 8.52 acres. You see it's here, this is next to Eagle Pharmacy Distribution Call Center. It's recently developed. It's been there for 8 or 9 years now. Again, this is the site here. We're bringing in it, voluntary annexation. We're going to apply a business park future land use designation, and they are requesting an I2 zoning category. I2 is medium industrial. Looking into the site, this is looking north into the site. There's two vacant homes on either on the property. This is looking north back towards Swindale Road. This is behind the houses, looking south again. And I'm standing in the middle of the property behind those houses where the open field is. This is looking east. And this is looking north to unincorporated Polk County. And this is looking west back to Eagle Pharmacy building there. This is the proposed site plan that the city reviewed during the concept meeting for the development review team. This may not be the final site plan that gets adopted, but this is not a PUD. Again, this is straight zoning. But this is what the applicant proposes. It's a 100,800 square foot warehouse building with associated parking and access off of Swindale Road here. Again, this is a public hearing this morning. I'll stop here and let the applicant discuss the project. But again, we're bringing the property into the city limits, applying business park future land use, and an I2 zoning category. It's not a PUD, where it's just a straight I2 zoning category. So with that, I'll leave it open to the applicant and or answer any questions you may have.
Good morning, board members. My name is Steve Sloan, and I'm employed with Sloan Engineering Group, 150 South Woodlawn Avenue in Bartow. We appreciate the opportunity to bring this request before you this morning. We have been working with staff, and it has accurately been described as a voluntary annexation along with a future land use change and a zoning change. We have not done full engineering on the project at this time, but as you can see from the site plan, we have put a pretty good bit of thought into how this would lay out. And I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have any, and if not, we would appreciate your approval.
Any questions, members of the board? Thank
So
you.
just a question, we're just doing zoning at this point. All the engineering permit approval, all that kind of stuff would still need to go through the same.
Correct. Yeah. Once this is adopted by the city commission, once the annexation, the land use, everything goes through, they will come back in with the site plan review, and that's done administratively. And just for your information, when we sent letters to all the adjacent property owners within 500 feet, I did not receive any calls or emails in opposition on this site. So again, there's a public hearing today. There may be somebody in the audience, so we'll come back next month with our recommendation.
Any comments from the audience? Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Chris Benefield. I am at 5053 Swindell Road. And looking at the picture that he showed going back to the east, that's my house right there, the front of it, which is only less than 50 feet from the property line. So that's my concerns. I'm not trying to say what's their intentions, the question you had about trucks and whatnot, lighting, shining in the house, traffic, something I just would like y'all to take into consideration, because I'm literally almost right on the property line.
I guess that was my question. I was looking at the property line abutting right next to residential property, and I thought, when we change the zoning, does it allow for some sort of buffer, or does that come through in the next phase?
No, during the site plan review that I mentioned earlier, there will be a required buffer to be shown on the site plan. I think just the site plan is showing it as a 10-foot buffer. It will, the details will be during the site plan, but there's a prescribed amount of vegetation and fencing that has to go along with that buffer. I believe it's a type B, if I'm not mistaken. So it'll be a 6-foot fence supplemented with medium trees and shrubs.
Actually, I mean, just to clarify, that would be for industrial next to residential would be a type C buffer.
Okay.
It would be a minimum 8-foot-high wall, so an actual masonry wall or equivalent material. And I believe a 12-foot landscape strip with a double row of trees and a hedge there. So it would be a very substantial buffer extending your residential for industrial.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other questions? Anyone else from the audience? Yes.
And just to also clarify on the traffic standpoint is that, with the site going through the site plan approval process in the city, we'd be looking at concurrency application, look at trip generation, and also Swindell Road is a county facility, so they would also have to go through the Polk County permitting and concurrency review processes as well. So both city and the county will be taking a look at this at permitting.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Deborah Hicks. I'm at 236 Alderman Road, and I've been there for 27 years. When the warehouses went in, which I was told when we bought the property, it would go commercial at some point, so this is no surprise. But the problem when the warehouses went in is my neighbor, who is unfortunately not able to come today, their property went to water. It's nothing but water. We lost 4 beautiful oak trees in the back, and now my property in the back is wet. But that's not even my main concern. I just want you to consider the wildlife. Because part of being in this neighborhood, I've been blessed to be home for 8 years. And part of being in the neighborhood is the wildlife. And because, not due to your fault, Hillsborough County is destroying that side of the county with all their building, I have wildlife eat bald eagles in the last few weeks, bald eagles. Apparently there's a fox den, I've been told, on this particular piece of property. The only reason I know about foxes is when I tried to raise chickens, the fox den that was on Chris's property before he owned it killed the last 2 chickens I had, and I realized that the hardest part of having chickens is keeping them alive. But with the eagle, we just had a bald eagle. I have a picture of it in front of my American flag sitting on one of our fence posts. I had a black racer snake that shadowed me while I was taking care of my donkeys. That was amazing, but was just moving through the area. The sandhill crane, there's a couple now that have a baby. They can only walk. The babies can't fly. We used to have 50 doves sitting on the electric wires. There's now 2, you know, and I understand progress. But sometimes I want to speak on behalf of the animals, because part of living, you may keep us as residential out there, eventually we're going to go, but when you may keep us as residential, but part of being in that neighborhood was the wildlife. I've learned, instead of clearing everything off the land, leave the old tree that's dying in the pasture. The woodpeckers love it. The ospreys sit in it to eat their fish. And I just want you to think about that. Maybe not in regards to this, but in regards to the future. Because what is progress? That's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any other comments from the audience? You then wait and see what.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll be back next month with a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may, before we get into some of the substantial items of the day, I see we have a pretty large audience, and I think it may be helpful if I could kind of go over a couple of things, if you don't mind. One of the issues that comes up quite often with the bigger items is about questions about public comment. And the board's rules, as you briefly explained at the beginning of the meeting, are first, when an item first comes in front of this board, public comment is taken at that initial meeting. You know, it's time limited. You've explained that you don't want people to be redundant. The applicant always gets a rebuttal at the end of that, and that's just part of due process, what courts have said. If you're a property owner and you're coming before the local government to do something with your property, you have to be given due process, and we've always interpreted that to include a rebuttal from the applicant at the end of the public comment. Now, for the more substantial items, we'll have 2 hearings. We'll have the public hearing in the beginning where we take all the public comment, and then we'll have another hearing as part of the board's general meeting, and we don't normally take public comment at that hearing. Now, in the past, we have had situations where the project might change substantially between that first and second hearing, or there may be some new issues that have arisen that weren't really fully addressed at that first hearing. And in those situations, the board does have the discretion to open up and hear public comment again. And that has happened on occasion. And on occasion, sometimes the board has rejected the request to open up public comment again, based on the determination that there really isn't anything new to add for the public to address. That's completely the discretion of the board to decide whether or not to take another round of public comment. Now, this board is advisory in most situations. When this board approves a project, it goes to the city commission, who then makes the final approval, because changing the comprehensive plan or adopting a new zoning by law has to be done by an ordinance, which has to be passed by the city commission. So if the board approves it today, a project, it goes in front of the city commission, and another round of public comment is taken again at the second reading of that ordinance. So now, if the board denies a project here, the city's code does say that that decision is essentially final, and then it goes to the applicant to invoke the appeal process under the city's code, and then it goes to the city commission, but the city commission doesn't automatically hear the whole thing again. They first have to decide if this board committed some kind of error before they get into the full merits of that discussion. And in that situation, if the city commission adopts what this board did, then the record that was created in front of this board becomes the final record of what a court would look at if the applicant then chose to appeal and take us to court over it. And then just a couple more things to note. We have a lot of projects in the pipeline where the applicants are both requesting to amend the city's comprehensive plan and to adopt a new zoning. And I just want to highlight to the board and the public that there is a slight difference in how a court looks at those two review processes. First, the comprehensive plan is kind of treated like the Constitution for development in the city. So when the board adopts or recommends a change to the comprehensive plan, a court sees that as like a legislative act. And so the court's going to be very much more deferential to those decisions. And the standard they apply is called fairly debatable. So when you're amending the comp plan, whatever you do, as long as it's fairly debatable, the court's going to defer to that decision and uphold it. When it comes to applying zoning, however, because the comprehensive plan sets out how the development should occur, and you're applying zoning that has to be consistent with that comprehensive plan, a court looks at that as what they call a quasi-judicial decision-making process, and they're going to be a little bit less deferential to the city in that situation. And what they say is that your decision has to be based on substantial competent evidence. And I know the board has heard that term before. That's just the term that the court uses in how they want the evidence that the board's going to be relying on, what standard they want that evidence to meet. And the best way to explain substantial competent evidence is that if a person is speaking to an issue, the court's going to want to see that that person has some qualification to speak to that if it's in the form of an opinion. Okay, so if somebody says that this project is going to create traffic congestion, that's a speculation. Maybe based on common sense, we may all know that that might be true, but a court, when looking at it, they're going to want to know what is your qualification to speak to that in the form of an opinion. Now, if you say, I've seen car accidents on this road, that's a statement of fact based on your own personal knowledge, and the court's not going to expect you to have any particular credential to make a statement of fact. Okay, so that's kind of what is, we can rely on evidence that's statements of fact based on personal knowledge, or if it's an opinion, the person should have some kind of credential that informs that opinion, and that's what the court's going to be looking for in the context of a zoning approval. And then one last thing, that's another issue that's come up in the past on some of these bigger projects, is the motions of the board at the end, when it's time for the board to make a decision. The board can approve something, the board can approve something with certain conditions, or the board can deny a project. Unlike the variance review board, where you have to get your variance approved or it's denied, this board needs to affirmatively deny something if it wants to do that. And so that means someone would need to make a motion to deny and then state the reasons for the denial. And that's just a requirement by statute. If the city denies a project, we have to say why. And that way, if the person who was denied wants to take us to court, they can challenge our reasons why. And so typically, we can rely on the staff recommendation. If the staff presents to the board a recommendation and the board says move to approve per staff recommendation, you're essentially adopting that staff report as the basis for your decision. So you don't, the maker of the motion doesn't need to elaborate all the reasons because they're in the staff report. Now, the board may not want to adopt the staff report, and in that situation, whoever makes the motion needs to state their reasons and come up with their own reasons, because you're not going to be relying on the staff report, whether that's to approve or deny or approve with conditions or whatever the decision may be of the board. So just those are kind of the fundamentals, the basics of this process, and I hope that putting that out there in the beginning can inform everyone, and of course, I'm available for questions during the process as well. Thank you, though.
Okay. Ronald, ready?
Item 4, large-scale land use amendment to allow a change in future land use from residential medium to residential low on approximately 19.02 acres, from residential low to residential medium on approximately 24.42 acres, and from residential medium to residential high on approximately 44.67 acres, and a major modification of planned unit development zoning to allow for the redevelopment of the former Wedgewood Golf Course for 1,028 multifamily dwelling units, 204 single-family attached townhouse dwelling units, 16
Single-family detached.
Yeah. 16 single-family detached dwelling units and a 150-bed assisted living facility on approximately 128.5 acres, generally located north of Interstate 4, south of Heather Point Drive, east and west of Carpenter's Way, and north and south of Wedgewood Estates Boulevard, 401 Carpenter's Way. Owners, SJD Development, LLC. Applicant, Jonathan Hall, SJD Development, LLC.
Good morning again. For the record, Todd Vargo with Community and Economic Development. I think we all pretty much know where Wedgewood Golf Course is. It's on the south side of Lake Gibson, north of I-4, east of US 98. Here is the map of the subject property. There's a lot going on some of these maps, but we're going to break it down in this slideshow so that you all hopefully get a better understanding of what's going on. So the existing entitlements as stand right now on the subject property, which this is the plan that was submitted initially from the applicant for 1,398 units, broken down, as Mr. Roberts said.
And to confirm, Todd, that's 150 ALF units?
Yeah, I just noticed that. I was like, I must have, when I was doing this yesterday, I must have slipped up. That's not 250 assisted living facility units. It's 150. My apologies for my typo. Missed the 1 and hit the 2 instead. So the existing entitlements on the golf course, the current future land use designations, they have 41.74 acres of residential low, which allows 0 to 5 dwelling units per acre, 76.35 acres of residential medium, which allows 5 to 12 dwelling units per acre, and 8.63 acres of residential high, which allows 12 to 75 dwelling units per acre. However, all of those densities are contingent upon natural and physical limitations, the availability of public services, and compatibility with surrounding land uses as determined during the development application and review process, which is what we're kind of here to do. The zoning for this area is PUD 4773, which is an overall PUD for Carpenter's Way area, and this is area W. Specifically, the permitted uses allowed in the PUD are a golf clubhouse with associated maintenance and recreational facilities to include tennis courts and a swimming pool. So again, the applicants ask for 1,398 units broken down like that, except for, again, the bottom one is 150 assisted living facility units. And again, this is really cluttered, but we're gonna go through this a tract at a time. But these are the changes being requested, Lake Gibson is here at the top. This is Heather Point Drive where the single-family homes are. This is Carpenter's Way here, and the existing clubhouse would be right around here somewhere. And these are the portions of the golf course that the applicant is proposing to develop. So Tract 1, which will require a land use change from residential medium to residential low in order to do 16 single-family dwelling units. So again, this is Lake Gibson up here. This is Heather Point Drive, and these are the existing single-family dwellings along Heather Point Drive. This is the North Fork of the Audubon Oaks apartment complex, and the applicant is proposing to do 16 single-family dwellings, 4 over here and 12 between the apartments and the existing single-family. This is, and I've tried to include, and I hope this helps, I hope it doesn't confuse the matters more. I've tried to include a inset map of the entire Wedgewood development, and then the arrow is where I'm standing and pointing towards where the picture is showing. So right here, we're standing at the entrance to the Audubon Oaks apartment complex. This is actually part of their recycling bins and dumpsters, trash receptacle there. And we're looking northeast at Tract 1. You can see the back of some of the single-family houses that are on the south side of Heather Point Drive. This is taken from a parking area within the North Fork of Audubon Oaks, and it's looking north. Again, those are the backs of those houses along Heather Point Drive. And I think at this next photo, I'm at the very, oh, okay, I just turned to the west a little bit, and we're looking northwest along that same tract. You can see, I think that's the assisted living facility, Carpenter's Way there at the end there. But again, there's still some more backs of single-family houses here. And then you can't see it, but Audubon Oaks is right behind this tree. That's the 3-story apartment complex. So that's Tract 1. Tract 2 requires a land use change from residential medium to residential high for the applicant's plans, which are for 316 multifamily units divided into a couple of buildings, parking lot, and guessing that's a clubhouse. So this is, so you'll go back for a second. So part of Tract 2 is kind of nestled between the forks of Audubon Oaks. This is the North Fork of the existing apartment complex, and this is the south area. So part of this is going to be between the two, and some of these buildings will be 4-story and some will be 3-story as proposed by the applicant. So this is looking from Audubon Oaks down, and you can see that we're looking east, so here's the southern portion of Audubon Oaks apartment complex, and here's that North Fork here. This next picture, I think, is taken from down here and looking back along, yeah. So it's taken from the end of the North Fork of Audubon Oaks and looking back to the west-southwest. So here's the southern portion of Audubon Oaks. You can see there's a pretty sizable retention pond here. And then you can't really see it, but this is the North Fork of Audubon Oaks behind that tree there. Tract 3 actually doesn't require any land use change to do the 48 townhome units that they're requesting. So there's no land use map here. So this is from the south part of the Audubon Oaks existing apartment complex, looking southward into what will be Tract 3. This is the back of the golf club, the country club. You can see the arch there, and Tract 3 will be along here, maybe a little bit of Tract 4 over here. That is not a fire hydrant to nowhere. Right off screen is one of the apartment complexes, one of the apartment buildings, and that's what that fire hydrant's meant to serve. So this is from the same location, but I just turned to my left a little bit, so instead of looking south, we're looking east, and that's where Tract 3 will be. So I've been going in numerical order up till now, but because Tracts 4, 10, and 11 are all kind of clumped together, I'm kind of clumping them together in my presentation as well. 4, 10, and 11, those tracts will require a land use change from residential medium to residential high to get the proposed density the applicant is requesting, and those will be for 572 multifamily units. Again, Tract 4 is along here, but it's, again, next to Tract 11 and Tract 10. We'll get to those in a second. So this is on the south side of Carpenter's Way. There's a lift station there, and parked at the lift station looking up towards, again, the clubhouse, and there's the arch. And again, some of this is going to be Tract 3, but some of this is also Tract 4. So I believe the entranceway to this multifamily will be, again, roughly, somewhere around here. This is, we're back at Audubon Oaks now. It's to our back, and we're looking southeast at Tract 4. And then Tract 10 is also multifamily units, 3- and 4-story structures. This is, again, at Audubon Oaks. We're looking northwest at Tract 10. These are existing townhome units, I believe, along. They're single family, sorry, my bad. And I can't remember the name of this. I have it written down, and I didn't bring my map with me. Sandwich Village, thank you so much. I knew somebody would cover me. Thanks. Looking northeast at Tract 10 from the end of Fairfield on the T, which is the townhomes that are there. And this, actually, you're looking at Audubon Oaks. So we're looking north from the end of Fairfield on the T at Tract 10. Tract 11 are these buildings here, again, 3- and 4-story multifamily units. And this is looking at Tract 11 from that lift station area, again, on the south side of Carpenter's Way. And turning to my left a little bit to look northwest, same thing at Tract 11. So that was everything on the north side of Carpenter's Way. Now we make our way on along the south side. Tract 5 will require a land use change from residential low to residential medium, and in order to do 51 townhome units. This is looking southeast from Tract 5, kind of across the street a little bit from the Savannah Cottage Memory Care Center. And you can see there's some existing houses there that those townhome units will back up on. Again, so we're standing right around here and looking this way. You can see those houses. And then this is back at the lift station. I'm looking north, and you can see probably the same houses just from a different angle, because we're looking north this time, or northwest at least. And this is Carpenter's Way right here. Tract 6 does not require any land use change to achieve the density that they're requesting, which is 37 units of townhomes. And unfortunately, I couldn't get any pictures of Tract 6 because there really is no good, unless I trespassed on somebody's backyard, there's really no good way to get any pictures from any right-of-way. So I apologize, I don't have any pictures of Tract 6. Imagine it looks kind of the same. Tract 7 will require a land use change from residential low to residential medium in order to do 68 townhome units. The first picture, I believe, is taken from this corner right here. Yeah, so this is looking northeast from Staffordshire Drive. Again, you can see there's single-family homes on either side where these townhomes are proposed. This next picture is taken from a cul-de-sac at the end of Rockingham, and it's just able to take this between, this is an undeveloped parcel, get a good look at Tract 7 from between the two existing houses. You can see there's an existing house back there too. This is taken from Derby Circle, looking southwest at Tract 7. And again, you can see the houses on either side from where these townhomes are proposed. Tract 8 is also does not require a land use change. It is already residential high future land use district, which allows up to 75 units to the acre. They are requesting 140 multifamily units, and this is already, again, kind of nestled into an existing apartment complex. The Loop at Carpenter's Way, is that right? The Loop at Wedgwood, sorry, okay, yeah, the Loop at Wedgwood. I knew the Loop was right. It's looking south at Tract 8 from Fenton Lane, and again, you can see that the existing apartments at the Loop, and these are, I believe these are two-story apartments. So I wish I got a better picture of them, but I didn't. And then the assisted living facility parcel, which is, again, requesting 150 units, not the 250 that I mistakenly typed. I didn't really take any pictures of this tract because we don't really have a site plan for it, but again, imagine it looks similar to everything else. So, here I got it right this time. So total of 1,398 units, 16 single-family units, 204 townhome units, 1,028 multifamily units, and 150 assisted living facility units is what is being requested by the applicant. And with that, I think, I was going to open this up to the applicant. I think they have their own slideshow that they wanted to go through. So I'm going to close ours out and open theirs.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Bart Allen. I'm a land use attorney with the Peterson & Myers Law Firm. My address is 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida. I'm here this morning on behalf of the applicant, SJD Development, otherwise known as Ronan Investments. Before I get into our presentation, one, I want to thank Mr. Vargo. He did a great job of going through this project. This is a significant case. It's got a lot going on in it. And he did a very excellent job with his presentation as far as breaking it down and make into digestible bites for us. But we have want to introduce our development team before we get into our presentation. Again, I've got Ronan Assets is here this morning, SJD Development. That's Jonathan Hall and his father, John Hall. They're in the audience. They're in the back this morning. Peterson and Myers, we've been providing land use counsel on this project to date. Kimley Horn has been our planner, civil engineer. They've done our traffic study that's been completed as part of this analysis. I have Scott Minganay. Close, Scott? Close? All right. I'm from Alabama originally. I can't pronounce anything. Mark Wilson, our PE, is here. He's been doing our civil engineering on the project. And then traffic engineers, Mike Woodward, he is here this morning to answer any traffic-related questions. James Taylor has also been involved in that process. Environmental work has been completed by Modica and Associates. They've done an ecological assessment. We've had Terracon doing geotech, and surveying by DC Johnson and Associates. So that's a lot of people. You won't hear from everybody today. I do have some of them available for questions if there are questions or rebuttal. Mr. Simpson, I appreciate your comments early prior to this case. We would like a few minutes of rebuttal at the end just to kind of address any questions. Again, Mr. Vargo has really gone over this area. The project is the Wedgwood Golf Course. The closed Wedgwood Golf Course is generally located north of I-4, east of US 98, and kind of split on two sides by Carpenter's Way. This project, is significant. As I kind of mentioned earlier, these kinds of cases, particularly golf course redevelopments, are challenging. That doesn't mean that is a bad thing. It just means that there's a lot going on, and hence Mr. Vargo's very lengthy presentation. This golf course was established in the 20s sometime. I don't want to be too specific on that. It was in existence prior to the PUD that was put on top of it today. So it pre-existed a lot of things in this area, hence why we are asking for large-scale comprehensive plan amendment to basically reorganize the site. You saw a lot of shifting and moving, residential medium going to residential low, some residential medium going to residential high, and vice versa. So we've moved some things around and are implementing a binding site plan that will basically dictate how future development goes. This was not done haphazardly. This was not done without thought. There was thought of looking to the past, to how this area was developed and what the existing development is, and being careful and creative with those existing residents, looking at what the current market is requesting. The changes in how we live and how we work today to provide, I want to say quality residential where you can live, work, and play. A lot of the new employment is going to at-home work. A lot of work from home these days, so people want to be able to get outside and walk and get into bike paths and trails and things of that nature. And as you'll see from Scott's presentation, we've built a lot of that into this project as it relates to how the site's laid out and how it's going to function. Also looking to the future, there are in no doubt some constraints that need to be addressed. Utilities, we have to work through utilities. We have done a traffic study. There are going to be traffic improvements that will be made as part of this project. Those are all being brought to the table, and they will not just serve this project. They have the ability to alleviate constraints within this region of the city. So with that, when we look at the comprehensive plan and we look at what the vision of that document is, it looks to infill, it looks to redevelopment of properties. It looks to those activities, especially when you see a piece of property where this one is located. This is located at the northeast quadrant of US 98 and I-4, one of the most highly sought properties, one of the most highly developed areas in Central Florida right now. This project meets all of those criteria. We believe it's consistent with your comprehensive plan, and I'm going to let Scott go through how we got to the site plan that Mr. Vargo presented to you. So, Scott.
Thank you, Bart. Again, Scott Mingonet, Kimley Horn. I'm at 189 South Orange, Orlando, for our Kimley Horn office. Just to give you a quick, brief update on myself, worked with Kimley Horn for 32 years. I'm a registered landscape architect in multiple states up and down the East Coast. Florida is where my original application, but I have North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, many states, as well as up and down the East Coast. I'm also a certified planner, registered since 91 or 95, I'm sorry, as well. And so those credentials, not here to impress you, is just to say we've done a lot of this type of work, and we have tried to be extremely thoughtful for the layout, the design, the understanding of this process as well. And I'll try to keep this somewhat brief, but there is a lot of content. Thank you, Mr. Vargo, for continuing forward. You did a great job in kind of giving the context of the solution or of the project as a whole. But we want to share with you some of the thoughts that we've actually shown at 2 public meetings to the community as well, and make sure that there's a consistency of dialogue and some other things that we are showing to the community for the intent of the development, the thought process as well. And so this first slide really talks about site context. One of the first things that we did was to evaluate the history, the context, the arches as you come into a community along Carpenter's Way. How do we maintain this type of character, consistent, but also promoting infill development? One of the other roles that I serve on a multi-discipline role is with the Urban Lands Institute. I'm the district chair for 14 counties that's inclusive of this area, and that looks at sustainable design and development, and that's an international organization. And one of these, so we take that body of knowledge and apply it to this area. And as you have seen, there are a number of key historic elements, but also taking into the existing development, such as the new Lakeland Park extension and what has, how that will provide access to the community throughout. So I'll continue to give you a little bit more of site context. Yes, there are 3-story developments in Audubon Oaks, 4- and 3-story in Lake Gibson Village. And so we're trying to look to be consistent with that surrounding development or compatible in that surrounding development. Mr. Vargo did a great job of kind of explaining what we don't necessarily need to, but the current zoning and how that translates, and I've given you a snippet of the actual PUD ordinance 4773, and how those sections of zoning, underlying zoning, translate to the PUD in areas W and V. So W is over all of the golf course development, and then V we highlighted mainly because of the multifamily development that he has already kind of outlined where Audubon Oaks is and where some consistency and compatibility zoning is and around those areas. And then it kind of, if you look at the future land use, I've highlighted this to show you where the development consistencies are and what we are talking about from existing to the proposed. Now the proposed future land use is what the project, the applicant is what we are proposing, and I've highlighted those colors just a little bit more to show you those differences. I don't think we need to, I'll skip over this a little bit because Mr. Vargo has already kind of given you the outline of what each parcel will go from, what is existing and what will be proposed. And I'll give you a little bit of an understanding and a background on how we started to look at and evaluate this from the very beginning. We really wanted to look at the site context and what I call densifying the core. So taking the core development, 41011, which is generally not as surrounded by residential development. If it is, it's supported or it's adjacent to 3-story development up here at Audubon Oaks, and taking most of our density in 3- and 4-story multifamily developments. And as we look at the calculations, you'll see those on the right. You don't need to necessarily get through all those, but what we looked at initially, again, from the initial site plan, we said, okay, what's the current allowable unit density? If we just did the math, calculated it out based on what is high, what is medium, and what is low, based on the current ranges, the current maximums, and we get down here to a proposed allocation of units at 1667. Now I'm showing 1406. Our application is stuck at the 1386. We added 8 as we were going through and then we'll reduce those somewhere else on the plan. We were looking at building footprints, what was marketable, what was currently in line. So we were looking at some L-shaped buildings versus some rectangular buildings, and so there was a +8 of units, but we'll cap that at what Mr. Vargo has presented. So what we're basically saying, okay, well, we potentially are saying, let's leave 261 units on the table, so to speak, and do a development that we think is market rate, that thinks will provide attainable housing for this area, and do our design around that target amount of units. The other element of adjacent compatibility and site context, I haven't even gotten into the actual plan as well, is we looked at the overall surrounding context. And I've highlighted some of these developments. It's a bit of an eye chart, but we'll provide you this if you want to look through it, and you already have that information handy. But I've highlighted the key things that we want to point out. The red areas are of high density in the outline. The yellow areas, as you can see by this key, are the low density. The blue outlined parcels are for medium density. And then I've highlighted even some special density area off in the, just off of our property. And mainly we're showing similar types of densities, 17.6 in the upper area, 20.36 density that is already approved. They're immediately adjacent to Lake Gibson Village and 4 to 6 story area, right in this area, immediately on Carpenter's Way. So we've highlighted a lot of these compatibilities, especially to the west where you get higher densities up to 30.6 units per acre. So again, we're looking at site compatibility, compatibility to the development, densifying our core so that we are respecting adjacencies where single family is, where multifamily is, what we have more room for development, and really targeting those central core areas for most of our development. And then really now we actually got into the design of the concept plan. I won't go into a ton of detail because Mr. Vargo did a good job of explaining which one are, but I will point out some of the big ideas, the big design things that we've already been talking about that are supposed to be respective of site compatibility, adjacencies. So in the most areas, we tried to put like and like product together. Again, to the north, you've seen single-family development adjacent to single-family development. We have infill of what we're calling fee simple ownership townhomes adjacent to single-family developments. We left this one pocket of multifamily because it's surrounded by multifamily and it has a higher density already. And then again, we densified the core, the center of the project, where we had more width of back-to-back golf course developments to put more 4 and 3 story type of multifamily. When we got pinched in some areas, you can see here that we have some ponds in between some tighter parcels, and this is the tee box or maybe some existing stormwater ponds. We left stormwater ponds there in between some of these areas. And we've talked with residents about maybe this road just shifts and meanders a little bit away from the units or some other things. And those are certain things that we're absolutely amenable to improve our being a good neighbor to the rest of the community. So those are some high-level things. One of the other elements, and I've got a slide that will talk about a community asset. As a part of my role with ULI and as a certified planner, we look at a lot of issues that have been coming about by COVID, some positive aspects. People are working from home. Bart mentioned it as well. And when you talk about attainable housing, this multifamily development parcel and why we were looking at some of the footprints to make some adjustments on unit size and unit style that will attract some of the attainable housing for teachers, our service folks in the industry that really, and a lot of young professionals in this area that want to live in a community, want to be a part of a community, but can because they can work from home in certain different scenarios. The amenities for each of these will be extremely nice with pools and clubhouse space and open space for Zoom meetings and some other things. The other bigger element too is you'll see a lot of the golf cart paths where they currently would cross a certain area. We have taken that concept of using all of the cart paths and turning it into a community-wide public facility. And I'll explain that in just a bit more as well. Here's that same compatibility map. The black is the existing densities, and then our densities, just to give you a snapshot again of consistency, where our highest density is sorry, I got my forward and back mixed up there. Our highest densities right around the core, and then we moved out to this single family or the townhome areas with the lowest densities, very close right on that 5 units per acre in those areas. So we have this for you. We'll provide this as well. I won't necessarily go through all the density, but we did look at compatibility extremely close. And here's that same slide translated onto the concept plan to give you an idea of how that relates in each of those areas. And we're somewhat flexible on some of the unit counts and where those densities. So I've highlighted in 3 big sections. The single family up here, again, is really similar to the Heather Point single family. It's 1 dwelling unit per acre. We've categorized this next section in the parcels from 3, 5, 6, and 7. If we reduce that by 9 dwelling units per acre, that puts us in the 5 dwelling unit per acre category. That puts us to a residential low. Right now, we're asking for residential medium because we think we can design it well in some of those areas. We think that some of the adjacencies for the townhomes, if we turn them so that we have the small end of the building adjacent to the residential, it will have an appearance of a smaller 2-story single-family home with what we call a mew on one side or a landscape area and a parking in the rear, and then another mew so that it'll allow penetration and view sheds and corridors, through these townhomes. So we think by design we can reduce that intensity. But we're also trying to compare and say, if we take 9 units out of all of those 4 areas, we're right at the low density. So we think we're compatible in that regard as well. And then when you look at the overall product, we're just at 12 on gross density. Because we've taken out some of these tracts that are environmental wetlands. If we look at net density, we go all the way down to 11 units per acre, 10.99 units per acre. Again, that is compatible with surrounding context, and that puts us in the medium, the residential medium category overall for the development. Let me give you a little bit of flavor of character. What we've done is taken some snips of the this is quite touchy. I apologize if I make you sick going back and forth. So what we've done is take some snips of the development. We said, all right, here's parcel 1. Here's what the single family character will look like. And this is a snap. We don't know. We don't have a builder necessarily ready to go for these lots. But this is the character, the style of the development for the single family parcel, single family homes. Here's the character and style of the multifamily parcels. We've been working with the development footprints and some of those 4- and 3-story units. And what we've tried to hone in on is a really good market rate unit, looking back at the industry, and we're using a prototype that has been used elsewhere in the city, in the state and in the Central Florida area. And all of these protos are different variations of the pictures that I'm showing you today. So sometimes the normal pitch on these roofs may be a standard pitch is 612. Some may even get down to where it's more of a flatter pitch. That may be more of a look or character, may not be consistent. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that these are all the same type of units that we have shown as prototypes, and we dress up the elevations once we get to that level during the site design process to be, again, consistent with the character of the community. And then the amenities, we've just given you a flavor of one of these types of projects, highly activated outdoor spaces, indoor spaces, that really attracts a high-end community. And here's a couple of precedent images of what the townhome. We have agreed that instead of, I'm showing a couple of 3-story, all of these are 2-story, some front-loaded, some rear-loaded, but it gives you a character and the style of the type of product we're trying to infill in the development. Site circulation was extremely well thought out. We were trying to think of this as more of a street typology and street elements that would consist on all streets to have good wide sidewalks. But I mentioned the cart paths as well. And so we've integrated those cart paths where they entered the streets, where they crossed into existing neighborhoods, where they may have crossed Carpenter's Way or in another street, for not only safety, because people are used to seeing a cart path crossing. They've kind of gotten used to where they may cross. And so we've taken all those cart paths and where they entered into communities, and we've kept those same points of demarcation, egress and ingress, and to create an overall pedestrian circulation that is highlighted by all of those orange lines. And we have cross sections for each of these. But basically those orange lines would be a community asset for everybody in this community, not just the redevelopment areas, but whether they're in Audubon, Heather Point, Sand Wedge, Fairfield on the T, any of those communities can actually use that golf cart path as a community feature. And then we looked at each of these roadway cross sections, and that first one is categorized. When you look at the application, they've all been highlighted and categorized by, that first one is purple, and that purple gives you an idea of where that central core roadway would occur. We're trying to use these street cross sections for not only good pedestrian circulation, a pedestrian environment, safe walking areas for community interaction, but also to organize the site in a way that creates a network and a place that when people come outside of their unit, there's a meeting place. There's a way for them to build community within the smaller or larger community context. So again, each of these streets are highlighted by a 12-foot multi-use trail, and that would be the old golf cart paths that we would accommodate. They're rearranged on site, but they enter into the community and cross streets at basically the same location. And then all of these buildings would be buffered, not only on the internal streets that would be public, but also on the adjacent buildings that would be appropriate per your land development codes currently. And we've outlined that in our application. And then here's a couple of other site circulation sections. Our street network that, again, always highlights the opportunity for that 12-foot multi-use trail, where that may be split up between individual sidewalks, as well as just a dedicated area adjacent to stormwater ponds, away from residents, but that can be a community asset. Landscape buffering is a very key. Most of the residents want to know, well, what am I going to be looking at? Mr. Vargo pointed out pictures of, all right, well, here's what I'm going to be looking at. Here's what I'm going to be looking across the way of the development. And so we've been trying to be very cognizant about buffer types. We've looked at the land development codes. We've actually proposed a little bit of consistency or even a slightly larger based on all of these buffers to say some we might have room to do a slight berm, add some vegetation, maybe there's some fencing in combinations, maybe there's an organic feel or nature based on the width that we have. Again, adding to a little bit of a feature, it doesn't feel like you're so tight. And in some areas, getting landscape and vegetation closer to the immediate adjacency blocks that view a little bit better than trying to push it back all the way near a 3- or 4-story building. And so we've provided, I won't go through each of these, but each of these we've thought through what the buffering, we want to be a good neighbor. We also want to understand where the opportunities for screening and that may occur. These are a couple of images. We've just done a real quick 3D model of using Google Earth technology and placed these models into the development. Again, we've kept the actual architectural character somewhat generic right now because we're not in that stage, but these are the actual 3D model of this type of prototype model that we would look at building. The roof pitch, the in and out, building massing, walls. And so this section is basically on the east side of the property, looking over Parcel 3. This is Parcel 3 here with the 2-story townhomes, looking towards the west with Audubon Oaks. You can see it highlighted and clustered with the South Fork as well as with the North Fork, and how that character of development is consistent with a lot of that development. Next, I'll pan you around kind of down to Carpenter's Way, looking north. And this is, again, a character shot showing you immediately adjacencies. Here's the arch. As you come under Carpenter's Way, you have some good fall, elevational fall as you come over the intersection through here, that entryway to parcels 4, 10, and 11 through the core of the development are set back off of Carpenter's Way to the base of the project. And then you can see where these infill stormwater ponds sit in between some of Fairfield and Wedgwood, and then you have Lake Gibson Village off in the background, showing you the style and character and density of the overall development. And then I'll pan a little bit further to the west, now kind of hovering over Heather Point Drive, looking back towards the east or northeast, with Lake Gibson Village on your left, Heather Point, and then the consistency of the development. And again, reiterating where we've taken some stormwater ponds and fingers where it might be a little tight, and we've tried to match where's the stormwater today, what's the natural outfall and flow today. And we've had a lot of conversations with residents at the public meeting, even last week, talking about how our stormwater areas, and matter of fact, we're not in engineering yet, but we have looked at some general mass grading and site elevations. The golf course naturally has been bermed up and or elevated for greens and tees and some other things. And so it's actually going to be higher than where our proposed buildings will be. Most likely, again, we're only in preliminary engineering, we would match the existing finished floor of one building adjacent to our buildings. So we're not artificially elevating those buildings higher than they necessarily need to be to the adjacencies. And so you would see that, and that's what we've tried to match here. We're going to give you, now we're going to zoom down to maybe a couple of street renderings to show you what the character of the street may look like. You're familiar, if you've driven back to Heather Point and Lake Gibson, you can see Audubon Oaks is the turn right there is to your right. You can see Lake Gibson Village, peering out over the top of that cupola or that tallest part of that structure. And then as we pan to the right, you'll also see, this is scooted back all the way back at Lake Gibson and Heather Point and Carpenter's Way. The reason I added this one was to show you and give you perspective of distance. The distance you see right here is about 500 feet. Yes, it's turned vertically there, 500 feet from the intersection all the way to here. And our development, as you come up, the first building that we would have is close to 400 feet back at Audubon, here at the intersection of Audubon Oaks and Heather Point. The single family would be 415 feet, maybe even a little bit tighter if we tighten up some of these and scoot them a little bit more east. And the current building is only 215 feet. So we would be further away, our development at this intersection, than some of the 4-story buildings, 3- and 4-story buildings that are there today. So now I'm going to pan. Here's a shot looking down Audubon Oaks, their existing signage. This is currently a finger that would be coming out toward Parcel 11. There's a little key map there on the bottom, giving you the directional of that is. And then our building would be close to 400 feet back before we place that first building. And here's an image of what that may look like and how, I say easy, how without a ton of vegetation and consistent with the vegetation and trees coming along that edge. And then we can sufficiently screen that building at a 3- and 4-story level. And then we've highlighted where that community sidewalk, which ends today right here, could be continued throughout the development in and around some of these corridors as a community use. So with that, we'll finish it up. Hopefully we didn't bore you on details too much. We wanted to just give you a snapshot of the community conversation that we've been having. And most of the time, whenever somebody came up at the community, they wanted to know where they lived and what was the adjacent development, and we've been able to walk them through. We even got down into a little bit of the weeds of stormwater, and traffic is always here as well. So Mike Woodward, our traffic engineer, is here for questions. I'll be available for questions. So thank you for how you've listened. We appreciate the opportunity.
That'll conclude our presentation of, what Scott and Todd have gone through as it relates to the site plan and the request before you today. I believe that's a lot of detail. I know there's a number of people in the audience who would like to speak this morning. We would request a few minutes to address any questions or concerns that may be brought up during the public comment, but we really appreciate your time this morning. This is a significant case, and we appreciate all of that. We are continuing to work on the site plan. We are continuing to listen to neighbor comments and making revisions. I would expect that we will be taking copious notes this morning and hopefully addressing any additional concerns, as well as working with your staff. There will be, I would expect, a PUD ordinance very similar in nature to what exists today that lays out what will occur in each section, 1, 2, 4, 10, 11, and how that those will be developed and the development standards that will be applied to each particular section. So there's a lot more to come on this from us, but we look forward to public comment. Thank you.
Any comments from the audience?
My name's Edward Maynard at 3948 Staffordshire Drive. I've lived there since the turn of the century. It's a great presentation. The golf course was a dump. It has been the entirety that I lived there, and I'm glad somebody's going to make something great out of it. Unfortunately, I don't think they've half as considerate as they've portrayed their plan to be. I think my problem is with section 5 and 7, which is where they're going to put the townhomes. Those are in the middle of single-family home residential areas, right? That's where I live. And they should be just like their plan with section 1. 5 and 7 should be single-family homes. There were several empty lots that have been developed in the past few years, and every subsequent development in our neighborhood has been far and above superior than everything that's been there before. The price values have skyrocketed. North Lakeland doesn't have a lot of nicer end homes and communities, and I think there's a lot of demand to have the single-family homes and have a section like it is in 1. I think it's dishonest that they're saying that, they have so many more units available that they're not developing and that they're underdeveloping, because 5 and 7 are going from low to medium density, when those should remain low, and it would destroy our home value. We don't want them there. I don't see why they couldn't move the cemetery, and build further that way. I don't know, personally, what I would like to see in the neighborhood, I don't know why they don't blow up the bridge and get rid of it, because it causes all these problems. I think the Lakeland Park Drive is far superior. There's a light there at Artiva by the Cracker Barrel. That would be much better as far as transportation and stuff, instead of sending them into that other neighborhood on North Florida. That's not being under consideration, but whatever. But that's what I think the city should have done. Instead of keep repairing and building the bridge and spending all that money, would have been far easier to go to Lakeland Park Drive with that development there. But my only objection are that 5 and 7 should be single-family homes like 1.
Good morning. I'm Jack English, 8923 Laurie Lane. I'm here representing Cambridge on the T, which is one of the townhome communities that's going to be impacted by this. I've seen the Wedgwood development area from the beginning. I've even walked the Carpenter's Home course before Interstate was built. I'm a resident of North Lakeland for over 50 years. Our family owns property in Cambridge on the T, and that's why I'm speaking today. I remember when First Assembly of God purchased this total concept and created this residential community off of the golf course. Serene area for people to have homes. We recognize things change over time, but the vision of Bill Thornton and his son Sandy and Sandy's cousin Dennis Fontaine created the Wedgwood Golf and Country Club. And I prefer to call it Wedgwood rather than Gibson, whatever they want to call it. Currently, there's less than 1,000 residents in that area, and you're going to dump 1,300 additional homes into that area. They've got 3 access points: Wedgwood Boulevard, which does not have a left turn lane on 98, Carpenter's Way, which has a traffic light, post a 4-way stop, which clogs up immensely, or Florida Avenue. Now they've included the Lakeland Park Drive, which it's going to take a little bit, but the reason they couldn't get photos of Section 6 until Lakeland Park Drive is done, they can't access it. It's wetlands. Their illustration shows 2 exits from Section 6 going on Lakeland Park Drive. In meeting with other resident community leaders, we've looked at their plan. There is no 4 stories. If you want to talk about Lake Gibson Village, it's a 3-story with a basement. And it's only because of the elevation of the land that they could create a basement in that property. I've been around, there's one other 4-story that's anywhere close, and it's down by the Lakeland Post Office, and it's low-income housing. I would prefer, as the gentleman spoke earlier, that 4, 5, 6, and 7 all be single-family homes, because fingers, they talked about fingers of a residential single-family community is right there. And I would propose that those be changed or kept as low and be converted to single-family lots. But the caveat I would say is they need to be the same consistent lot size and the same square footage requirement that is on the Wedgwood Development PUD now, as well as those on Heather Point Drive and the adjacency road that they're going to put in, that they be consistent. I'm sorry for using so much of your time, but again, thank you for letting me speak.
It's a race.
Morning. My name is Jamie Ariona. I live in 925 Fenton Lane, unit number 3. And I'm not an expert in traffic or environmental things. I just see what I see in front of my unit is a lot of birds, creatures that you cannot bring them digging a hole and planting some plants. That environment takes so long to develop. So just watch for that. And also the traffic. An average family has 2 cars, if not 3. We are planning to bring almost 14 new homes. Each one will be 2 cars, so it's 3,000 cars more every day coming in and out. In small carpenters is 1 lane each side, so it's going to be heavy. And I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
My name is Terry Ford, and I live at 4224 Staffordshire Drive, which is off of section 9A, I believe, on your plans. And on that plan, there's Wedgwood Estate Drive. And that drive is planned, the way it looks, it's going to be extended. If you see where it currently is in the middle, where it goes around and goes into Carpenter's Way, now you're going to bring it down by the homes. And that's going to be a straight shot. That's exactly what you're going to bring that down there by the homes. And the speed on that road is, I believe, 35. If you stand there and watch the speed of people coming through there, no one does 35. My concern is what is going to happen when you bring that down by the homes and there's no controls for the speed on that road. That's a problem. So that's my concern. In addition to the assisted living facility that's going to be put in there, there's a new assisted living facility across the street, just been built at Carpenter's Way. If you go further up, there's Wedgewood. And if you go further down, there's another assisted living facility already there. So now we're going to have 4 or 5 additional assisted living facilities in this one area. And with all the traffic and everything that's going to be brought in, and putting a traffic circle there, to me, makes no sense at all. So that is my concern, is that you're going to extend that road. It's going to be uncontrollable with the speeds coming down, and there are going to be issues with that. Now, I don't know if they're planning on building a privacy wall, putting up trees, whatever, but that's a concern for me. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gina Ward. I'm a homeowner in the Wedgewood Estates subdivision, and members of the Planning and Zoning Board, staff members, Mr. Vargo, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm going to address traffic and transportation concerns. At the Friday, May 13th developer meeting, there were attendees that were told that a traffic study had already been completed and a mock-up of proposed traffic was already completed as well. However, it was done without hoses and conducted during what they could presume to be peak traffic times. The residents really spoke loudly during this time and said that those really weren't the peak times of our area. And they had said that peak time for us is typically between 7 and 9 in the morning, 10 and 10:30, and 12 and 2 for lunch, and then 4 to 8 is getting home and dining out and getting back home again. And it can be difficult to maneuver through our community at different times of the day, but perhaps an hourly traffic flow can be performed to pinpoint the true traffic volumes and times to stay home and times to be patient. The cross-access roads that have been put in around our community have been extremely helpful in easing our way to get around to our local merchants without jutting out onto North 98. However, when task requires us to travel onto Carpenter's Way up to the four-way stop at Corporate and Carpenter's Way, there can be a gridlock at times. And that is due to the 3-minute cycle time on North 98. So perhaps a DOT traffic study can be done to perhaps review the length of travel or the length of traffic stop time to shorten the cycles on 98. There are many multifamily units also planned for this redevelopment, and apartment occupants may need mass transit. It's something that maybe our neighborhood has never needed due to the majority of single-family homes in our area. So perhaps a fund can be set up to bring transit service to the area if it's deemed necessary. Let's see, even additional roadway improvements to our area, just due to the sheer number of units added on the golf course, will trigger traffic congestion, and that should require perhaps another study. Parcel 6 connection and extension, the Lakeland Park Drive Phase 2, which is proposed at the southern portion of our community, will surely mitigate traffic congestion from off Carpenter's Way up to Union Drive and ultimately up to a traffic light on North 98 near Interstate 4. My final concern is the phasing of the proposed redevelopment and the aggressive estimated timeline of 2027 to be complete. It's difficult to determine the travel flow, and it'll likely take more than 5 years to do this, but we're requesting additional traffic studies be scheduled or reviewed as the project moves forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Ma'am, just if you had a written statement that you didn't complete, you can provide it to staff and we can put it in the record, and that goes for anyone else. If you've written a statement and you'd like for that to be provided to the record, just hand it over to the staff and we'll put it into the record for you.
Good morning. My name is Beverly Copeland Inman. I live at 733 Carpenter's Way, Villa 28, Lakeland, Florida 33809. I built my house there years ago and have lived there for years. I appreciate the fact that someone wants to do something with the golf course, but I have some specific questions. According to the correspondence dated April 1st, there was a contribution in aid to construction, and with that it said that all existing homeowners would participate in a fund because the cost for the developer to put in all of the electricity that they need would be also borne by the homeowners. Why is that so? Why should we contribute to their electricity? We don't have millions of dollars, they do. What kind of realignment will be done on Wedgwood Estates for the utilities? That was not answered in their responses as well. Since the current lift station cannot handle any additional flow, where will the new lift station be installed? Then I have a question about the water. The initial site plan shows retention ponds. Well, the prior developer that was looking at that same property could not move further with their transaction due to an EPA required cleanup that would cost in excess of millions of dollars, according to them. After years of chemicals and carcinogens, now everyone knows that when you put Roundup or fertilizers in the ground and it rains, it's not concentrated in one place. It moves all over the golf course. If you're talking about putting in retention ponds, what's going to happen to all that encapsulated, contaminated soil? Where are they going to put it? And lastly, the homeowners in my subdivision is not willing to increase their insurance because someone wants to put a stormwater drain or a retention pond out there, because currently we don't have to have flood insurance. Not only does water bring bugs, but what is it going to look like? You have to fence it in to keep kids from jumping in it and drowning. It's also going to bring more wildlife, which we have no problem with now. So my question is, if they have a soil test, what did it reveal? And we as community association managers, as well as our homeowners, have a right to know. Will we have an increase of insurance, not only to the homeowners, but to the associations? And that's my questions.
My name is Mike Wagner. I live at 4240 Staffordshire, and my neighbor commented on the road, Wedgwood Estates Boulevard. And I want to add to that, I don't know about you, but how many of you would like to have a road that's on the other side of a golf course, the other side of the hole, moved from there and put right directly behind your home? I don't think there's one of you that would stick your hand up in the air and say, yes, you would like that. And there's nobody that benefits from that other than the developer. There's no reason, there's no practical reason for that to be done other than it makes the development easier. The other thing about Section 9A, there's no drawing on here. If you approve this, essentially what you're doing is writing a blank check and say, do what you want with it. They've not told you what's going to be there, what it's going to look like, the footprint. And finally, just a general comment. They're asking for a variance, And everyone here that lives in that neighborhood has been paying tax dollars that essentially pay for the city's salaries. They're all taxpayers. They've been paying taxes for this property. Now they're asking you to make changes to the zoning. The only one that really benefits from these changes is the millionaires that own this company, not the taxpayers that have been paying taxes here. So you essentially, your salaries are paid by us, by our tax dollars. And I'm asking you to do the right thing for the people that are paying your salary, not for the millionaires that are coming in here and trying to make a profit. The other thing I have is these vertical parks are beautiful, and who wouldn't like them? But who's going to maintain them? And if it's any indication, the developer that has bought this property, they have a right to buy it, and they have a right to come to you and make a change, ask for changes, but they're not maintaining the property. I know for a fact that the code enforcement's already been called several times because they're not maintaining the property now. Where we walk on a normal basis, every night I take my dog for a walk on the sidewalk. It used to be cut grass, now it's weeds growing up everywhere. And they've got code enforcements that have been made, and they're not maintaining that property. And if that's any indication of how they're going to treat us, that just gives you further evidence. So thanks for letting me share.
Hi, my name is Paul Kozak. I live at 1001 Carpenter's Way, the Estates of Carpenters. Just two quick comments. One is that the traffic study that was done, according to the man who did it, was done before that new road had opened right down next to Route 4. Our traffic has gotten a great deal busier since that road opened. You need a new traffic study. Second thing is, around the country, places are doing away with traffic circles. They've been causing accidents and been more dangerous than having an intersection. So traffic circles, in my opinion, what I've heard from other people, you shouldn't be adding traffic circles, you should be eliminating them. Thank you.
Good morning. Victor Prebor, 4013 Derby Drive. Adjacent to Track 5, if you want to know. I won't try to keep things concise. A lot of things have been mentioned already. Kind of represent a lot of the homeowners around 5, 6, 7 Tract, the single-family homes. A lot of things we've talked about on traffic, real quick, is just, I did a quick analysis of the trips generated. I'm not sure how that will be mitigated in the existing road studies, but I'm just asking you to basically look at that carefully. Same thing on drainage. I'm assuming with Swift Mud and with the city, they're going to be looking at that carefully. What we don't want, obviously, as was mentioned this morning, with another development where there's flooding that has been caused by the adjacent development. Thirdly, we're looking at, obviously it's a very emotional issue for a lot of the homeowners. We bought golf course front property. The aesthetic is a huge component of it. You take that aesthetic, I went ahead and superimposed a development on top of mine, took some photos on the back, and it's really an eye-opener. What I'm asking the board here is to institutionalize a lot of things that they're talking about, meaning I'm involved in the business. I understand there's a lot that goes through the process. I understand the developer envisions a very beautiful site. What the board has to make sure that some of these things that are being talked about, area specific, are buffer zones, landscape zones. Meaning as a homeowner, I look out my backyard, I don't even see a house. I do see a little bit of the assisted living, mostly screened by the trees. That's changing completely. My lot is totally devastated by this development. I understand development is going to create a negative effect on most homeowners, and that's somewhat just part of progress. I understand that. I'm looking to the board to try to mitigate that somewhat, meaning let's make sure buffers that are talked about from the new development to the single family and multifamily are institutionalized and developed and documented in these PUDs, so that there is some mitigation of these issues on the homeowners. think everything else has been pretty much kind of covered. Just wanted to go on board that we have a lot of people. What we've tried to do is instead of flooding you with a room full of people, try to pick some people that can kind of be spokespeople for the community. And we look forward to your careful consideration of their proposal. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Geek. I live at 940 Fenton Lane, which is Cambridge on the Green. I guess my biggest thing is most of this is about changing the zoning from low density to medium or medium to high. And my feeling is that all of these apartments, we've got over 1,000 of those new things are going to be multi-use, or I'm sorry, multifamilies. So you're talking about renters. And I don't mean to disparage renters, but it costs $1,400 a month on average to rent a place in Lakeland, which you could buy a house for that. So people are renting. Why? Probably because they aren't planning on staying. So when these guys talk about community, 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 I love the idea of the multi-use trail. I love the idea that it's going to be developed. But all of those apartments are going to be thousands more people in this community who don't feel like part of the community, don't plan on staying. So I guess that was my biggest thing. And just a personal observation, I do a lot of walking and jogging through the area, and a lot of us who live there will go around and pick up trash because people drive through the area and just throw the trash out on the road. And I'm sure those people who are doing that are not people who own property, because people who own places here do have that sense of community and they have a pride of ownership. And so I guess that's my feeling. I'd really like to see Section 7 especially, that should be single family home like across the street. And all this stuff that's changing from medium to high density, I don't know, I guess that's about all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having us be able to speak this morning. I'm Pat Tian, president of the HOA for Wedgwood Community, which consists of 177 units. And I'm going to mention about the concerns we have with the stormwater. The new development, Gibson Trails, is proposed on a former Wedgwood golf course. However, the largest concern can be found on parcels 1 through 4, parcels 10 and 11, which are known on the golf course as the back 9, located east of Carpenter's Way. The latest PUD date, May 3rd, posted on the public for May 13th, shows higher density. The prior PUD was showing 1,398 units. Now it's up to 1,406. You would think if they wanted to work with us, they would decrease the number instead of increase. Also, to bring to your attention is that they have added 3 more 4-story units. Instead of 15, it's now 18, which is not compatible with our bedroom community. The Lakeland Park Drive open connector is now considered the highest elevation on the east side of Carpenter's Way. All the stormwater runoff will naturally flow to the designated retention areas on the course and eventually flow to Lake Gibson. Note, Lake Gibson is at capacity with contaminants and is now on the protected lake list for Polk County. We ask that extreme care and diligence is used for reviewing the best solution for all runoff on this project. The retention areas now hold a 100-year flood event, which once the retention areas are corrected to meet this requirement, hopefully this will lessen the impact of already at capacity the pollutants in Lake Gibson. We feel in-depth stormwater analysis of the proposed development is needed to confirm that the redevelopment designs not affect Lake Gibson and ensure that the stormwater retention areas are sufficient as required by EPA and SWIFT MUD. Thank you for your time, and I hope you listen to us.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Soronin. I live at 940 Fenton Lane, apartment 26. And my concern is with Section 8. It's currently, the loop is 2-story apartment buildings, and then the townhouses on the northwest side are 2-story. So the concern that those 4 buildings being 4-story units is one. And then if you look at the way the road goes, the road would be basically right adjacent to the back of my townhouse, which before was a golf course green. So there's concern with the traffic noise and what kind of buffer would be between the road and the back of the townhouse. I would like to see maybe the road be split more in the center between the apartments and the townhouses. Thank you very much.
My name is David Stevens. I'm a spokesperson, sort of, for Fairfield on the THOA at 707 Carpenter's Way. My wife and I like to sit out on our patio in the evening. We have a family of sandhill cranes that roam around on the 8th fairway, and that's part of Parcel 10. A short golf shot away is the 8th green. They're planning on putting a 3- or 4-story apartment building, depending on what mood they're in at that time. We're all 1- and 2-story buildings in this area. There is no 3-story building within the interior where we are unless you go out to Audubon Oaks. That's on the perimeter of the golf course. There are no 4-story buildings in our community right now. We're concerned about having a Pikes Peak in our backyard looking down on our houses, our patios. Our neighbors are, even closer to the 8th green where they're planning on putting this 3-story monstrosity. That's actually a form of vision pollution. And if they allow 4-story buildings in there, it's going to be even more vision pollution. Additionally, in what is now my backyard, the 8th fairway, they're planning on putting a retention pond. Don't know how deep they're going to be, but we know for sure that if we have another Hurricane Jean, which took my neighbor's chimney off and put it on my roof, that water is going to be in my house. And if we have a Hurricane Irma, it's going to be in Sandwedge's houses, which are on the other side of the fairway from me. For us to get out right now, many times during the day out of our association, we have to make a right-hand turn on the Carpenter's Way, go down 100 feet, turn into Staffordshire, make a U-turn to go back to the left. Traffic is much more than what their traffic count shows. We've not actually been advised, I don't believe, on what the traffic count is per their survey. But we know it's not a public works survey. Best of my knowledge, City of Lakeland has not done a hose count on Carpenter's Way in a number of years. Like to have that done before any approvals are issued for development. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Wes Jennings. I live at 4151 Audubon Oaks Circle in the Audubon Oaks apartment complex. My wife and I moved to this area 8 years ago, and one of the things we loved about the apartment complex is that our backyard is green grass. We're not looking at another apartment building. We're right off the 18th fairway, so we can see the clubhouse from our patio, but we have this, and it's not always well kept, but we're looking at green grass and not another apartment complex. My concern, and what I would encourage the board to do, is to limit the density to 12 units per acre. I think the developer can probably still make the numbers work at that density. And I'd also like to restrict the height of the buildings to 3 stories tall. All of the buildings in Audubon Oaks are 3-story buildings. And so I don't think it would be fair for us to all of a sudden have this towering 4-story building out our backyard. My other concern is the style of architecture. There is no architect that's been hired to for this project as of yet. The prototype buildings that they depicted were just generic prototypes from around the state. They don't necessarily mean that is what's going to be developed here. So my concern in looking at past developments within the city of Lakeland is just, what am I getting? What am I going to be looking at? Is it going to be compatible with Audubon Oaks now? Or am I going to be looking at some modern 4-story building with no balconies? And I don't know, I did ask that question at the meeting we had this past Friday. And I don't know if there's a review process for that, if there's a step, but I certainly encourage and hope that we would be involved in what this development is going to look like. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Bill Berman. I live at 136 Heather Point Drive, and I'm going to speak today on issues for the Heather Point community and Site 1 as shown on the map. The development plan calls for 16 single-family homes to be placed adjacent to Heather Point Drive, with 4 of them back on the wetlands. The developer has talked continuously about compatibility, and we as a community feel that the placement of these homes as in the plan is not compatible with our community. The developer has indicated that the 12 lots backing up to our street would have square footage of around 7,400 square feet. Doesn't necessarily look that way on that drawing, but the lots on Heather Point for the properties backing up to that section average 11,500 square feet. So what you're looking at is, in order for the eventual owners of these properties to build a comparable home, they are forcing them to build 2-story homes. The developer showed a nice picture of a 2-story home as a possible design plan. But the Heather Point lots average 95 feet in width. The developer's plan show about 70 feet in width. By the time you take setbacks and easements, you are looking at 12 homes compressed into a space that is equal to 8 homes on Heather Point. Virtually, our property owners will be looking out the back with a wall of 2-story homes with very little space between the properties, very small yards, and not compatible to what currently exists in our community. Our community would like for the board to continue working with the developer to reduce those lots from 12 to 8 with 95 foot of width and 11,500 square feet of square footage. That would allow the future owners of those lots to build a variety of homes that they might choose. 1 or 2-story, swimming pools, much more compatible to what Heather Point currently has. Our second concern deals with the road that is being proposed for these homes. If you look at the map up there, it shows that proposed road. Thank you. I will submit the rest of my comments for you to look at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. My name is Barbara Wetton. I live at 402 Petaway Drive. Hopefully I won't keep shaking like this. 402 Petaway Drive. My mom and dad bought
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Yeah, you'll just have to come a little bit
Sorry,
forward so
okay.
we can hear
My
you.
mother and father bought the meter for their electric in 1947, and our home is probably a quarter of a mile from the entrance. I have walked and ran through there for many, many years. My dad worked at Carpenter's Home when it took care of the carpenters. I was horrified when the young man mentioned earlier moving the cemetery because my daddy took care of some of those guys. But it's a beautiful area. I don't know how many of you have actually driven through there, walked through there, run through there. It's amazing in the mornings with the fog, and it's just a great, great community. And there are a lot of foxes and all of the things that they talked about earlier, the wildlife. But if you want to see an example of what the construction, and I'm in construction, but if you want to see an example of what it can do, just the road that was just built through there, if you drive over it, you'll see to the right, it's totally all dried up. And to the left, you see a beautiful little pond. This pond was existent before the new road went through from Carpenter's Home Way to where the BMW dealership is. But you'll just see, just going through the wetlands the way it did, the devastation that it's causing already. It's hard enough. I don't run as much as I used to. I walk more. But, you know, in the mornings when you're going through there already, you're breathing carbon monoxide quite a bit, a lot with the construction of the road that went through. But to bring in so many more people, it just blows my mind. And just because you have a beautiful piece of property, why do you have to fill it all up? Yes, you know, people love this area for a reason, and all over my little town, I was born and raised here, you know, you see the giant oaks coming down, you see the fields disappearing, and this is just a beautiful, beautiful area. I used to pray that the Carpenter's Home building would be saved, where the Carpenters used to live. So when Doug Cook, a developer from Daytona, came in and did that, there's over 800 windows in that lovely old building. So when he came and he did it, he gave the city a park. What would they do? But I'm just asking that you guys please don't do this to us. Thank you.
My name is Leeming McGuire. I live on Heather Point. I have two concerns. Number one is about traffic. A lot of people already talk about it. But on your page, development page, quite a few pages only show that one line cut through the community. So I live on Heather Point. I'm having very difficult time right now, the situation. Can't get it turned into Carpenter's Way. So I'm wondering, you know, can you imagine 1,400 families in? How many cars? So I didn't want to have, you know, at least all-way stop sign. So at least I can wait my turn to get into it. That's number one. Number two, I'm thinking about the wildlife. Ever since the Audubon apartment, the inn, on our streets, I see red fox, you know, wandering on the streets because they lost their habitat place. So when the new develops coming in, I suggest at least think about these wildlife, have some concern about them, have them, you know. That's my concern, two things. Thank you for listening.
Anyone else?
Normally, it's at the discretion of the board, but normally public comment is limited to 1 3-minute.
So that, first of all, we keep some folks who haven't spoken at all want to speak. No, go ahead, you go.
Good morning. My name is Beverly Humphreys. I don't live in this particular subdivision, however, I'm very familiar with it, and I wanted to ask you a few questions. While we all agree that the Lakeland housing shortage is...
Can you please speak to your address, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you please state your address?
Oh, I'm sorry, 4604 Lafloa Loop, Lakeland, Florida, 33811. While we all agree here that the Lakeland housing shortage is of great concern, I would like to ask you to consider the following. As a 45-year resident of Lakeland, I'm very familiar with the property being considered for approval and have many concerns, and also agree with the lack of trust in the developer, the residents who have spoken against this project at today's meeting. The current roads will not support the traffic, and I'm not convinced the proposed road changes will either. The storm water ponds will need approval from Swift Mud, whom Mr. John Hall sits on the board. According to the recent Ledger articles and news reports, SJD Development LLC was founded by its president, Mr. Frederick Scott House, and who is listed as a Fort Lauderdale-based real estate agent and Florida broker with a local office here in Lakeland, or in Polk County. Former County Commissioner John Hall, along with his son Jonathan Hall, are partners in this project, as well as partners in the Ronan Assets LLC, whose office address and phone numbers are listed as the same as SJD Development. While I know very little about Mr. Frederick Scott House, other than what I have read, I did discover he attended St. Leo College about the same time as former County Commissioner Hall did. Former County Commissioner Hall owns and operates Polk County Association Management Incorporated and was hired by our developer at Morgan Creek to be our association manager. Over the last year, Mr. Hall represented the developer of Morgan Creek Preserve before this board, as well as the Lakeland City Commission at meetings regarding a request to modify a PUD for our subdivision. During those meetings, Mr. Hall represented the developer and not the residents' interests at public meetings. At the November City Commission meeting, he assured the commission that if the PUD modification was approved, our community HOA would be turned over to the residents' control within 90 days. This has not happened. What did happen is the value of the land owned by the developer increased by approximately 300%. Recently, a prominent city official questioned former County Commissioner John Hall directly about this, and he stated he is no longer associated with the developer. If this statement is true, can you tell me how he's still involved in our community? In closing, I trust that you as individuals and as a board will ask yourself these questions. How can these residents be assured that with Mr. Hall and the Swift Mud Board be impartial to any decision made on this project? How can you as a board ensure the current homeowners and residents included in this project trust that the plans being presented to you today for this 128.5 acre project will benefit them and our city and not result in just increased land value? Thank you for your time, and I'll submit the rest.
Good morning. My name is Linda Dowers. I have lived and currently live at 4013 Chelsea Lane, Lakeland 33809, off of Tract 7. I will read to you a statement prepared by our Homeowners Association. So I'm going to read this verbatim. The original golf course opened on January 1, 1931 as an 18-hole course. In 1982, the course was sold and redesigned by a local golf course architect and was reopened to the public in 1994. There were two previous owners before Mr. Shin bought the course in 2001. Mr. Shin retained the ownership of the course until the sale to the current developer in December 2021. Prior to the EPA establishment in 1970, many now banned chemicals and fertilizers were used to green up and kill weeds on the course, most heavily on the tee-off areas, fairways, and greens. Note, many green and tee box areas now visible were not there prior to 1983. Due diligence is needed to discover the prior hole locations to ensure the concentration levels on those areas are tested and the soil remediated. Has FDEP been allowed to conduct site visits and test the course as needed to ensure contaminants have not leached to residential lots as well? We were told at the May 13th developer meeting, and I quote, "Soil contamination on the course is minimal and will only be a minor issue." Please note, correct records show that an in-depth environmental study has been completed on the course in the last 13 months that contradicts this statement made by SJD Development. I know this is a very large project for the city, and environmental concerns on this course should be addressed and of utmost concern to all. Please ensure a comprehensive review is done to ensure the health and safety of all residents residing on the proposed development and surrounding home sites can live and play at home for years to come without worry. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Richard Schmidt. I live at 601 Rockingham Road, Lakeland, Florida, and it would be Tract 7. My home would greatly be affected by multi-family units. They would be looking down into my backyard, my patio, and my living room. And in order to build those buildings, they're going to have to do pilings. And we know from talking to the drilling company, they only went down 20 feet. They were still in going through sand. And they only punched holes basically along the road there. So they knew their trucks could, be okay on that road. It would be solid enough. But once they do a multi-story, 4-family homes and pilings, they're going to be cracking our foundations. There's not one driveway there now in Wedgwood Estates that doesn't have a crack. The sand, the soil is always moving a little bit with the rains that we have. Another thing, just take a look in the room. Who do you see here? Do you see young people asking for more apartments? You see retired people. I bought in 11 years ago because I wanted a nice, quiet retirement community with a golf course, with low crime, so that I'd have a nice retirement. You know, I'm retired now, and at the time when I want to play golf, I can't. And I can't believe that the only golf course on I-4 can't make a profit. I mean, it's ridiculous. It was never managed properly. It was never run by a golf management company. It was never taken care of. Perhaps the HOAs, could have gotten together and created a co-op, and we could have maintained it and got the membership up. All we needed was a community swimming pool that the homeowners could use. But the multi-story families, they're going to be looking down to some of the homes that have a swimming pool, and that's not fair to them. They're taxpayers. We're all taxpayers, and we're here, fighting for our community. It's a real treasure. Lakeland shouldn't give it up. It could increase people to stop in Lakeland on I-4. Instead of driving by, they could stop here, use our hotels, go to Legoland, play golf. It could be a great jewel if we develop it properly. And finally, I want to say, in just a couple hours, I got a petition going. And this is just from people outside their homes. I stopped, said, well, do you want to sign against the new PUD? And, they did. I could get 500 signatures. And one more thing, I had a retired neighbor. He had to go to the VA today, but he wanted you to see his handout. And I'll leave it here for you. And I'll leave the petition here also. Thank you. Yes, I did. Oh, can I say one more thing?
Very brief.
Very brief. Yes. There's going to be a fish kill. When they start modifying my pond, there's going to be a terrible fish kill. I mean, and it's not going to be healthy. And they're like largemouth bass in there. They're going to die. We have lots of turtles. And there's also the endangered sandhill crane. It's highly endangered. And if I have to, I'm going to go to the state's attorney and let him follow up on it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kristen Schulte-Johns. My legal address is 27765 Cypress Glen Court, Leesburg, Florida. I own property here at 925 Fenton Lane, number 23. Progress is coming, and there is nothing, not that we want to stop it, but we want to prevent as many of the bad effects as we can. Coming from Lake County, I see firsthand what has happened with the villages, excuse me, when progress has left to run rampant. My understanding is that this meeting today is to discuss the rezoning. I know that we're going to have traffic issues. I don't know that there's any of us here that can say exactly how that's going to pan out. I know that there are environmental issues. I don't know if any of us can say exactly what that will all involve. But progress is coming. My personal belief, and I carry as president of the HOA for Cambridge on the T the votes of 23 other families, is that if the developer bought in this area knowing what the land use restrictions were, that needs to be restricted, that it needs to be respected. Those of us who live in these communities bought with the understanding that maybe the golf course may not be there forever, but at least we were buying in a community where that proposed use would be respected. I would ask that you respect our right to live in the community that we bought into. If the developer would like to develop, that is certainly his right. But I would ask that he be required to respect the restrictions that are already in place. Thank you.
My name is David DeMarce, 1120 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, 33602. I'm the owner of Audubon Oaks Apartments, as well as the owner-developer of Gibson Oaks Apartments, which is currently under construction on the golf course. We also develop and own Arbor Oaks Assisted Living and Arbor Hills Independent Living on Lakeland Hills Boulevard. A couple things I wanted to say is, one, we haven't been approached by the new developer. I reached out on their website and haven't received a response, but I do look forward to talking with them and meeting with them one day. I think we could bring some good information to them, having recently done a new development under construction. A couple of things people have already talked about. I think 12 units per acre, that's what Audubon Oaks is. Gibson Oaks is 10 units per acre. I think to fit within the community, I think keeping it at that 12 units per acre that it's currently, the future land use is currently zoned for would be beneficial, as well as the 3-story height that people have already brought up. Drainage, the Gibson Oaks property that we're building right now, if you look at that plan, every single, if there's not a building or parking lot, there is a swale or some sort of drainage pond because of the impaired watershed that is flowing to Lake Gibson. We have to keep a 100-year flood event on our own site. And I assume these parcels will have the same thing. So definitely I would like them to look at, do a deeper dive into the drainage and how that affects. Audubon Oaks currently has drainage in place, and it looks like they have the 2 ponds on here in Parcel 2. And those ponds, Audubon Oaks uses and we maintain yearly through Swift Mud permits. those are all connected. So basically, there's a 30-inch pipe that flows under the golf course that connects 3 ponds, and I can't point to it, but it's in Parcel 2, and it goes across the golf course where the clubhouse is on that second parcel to that pond, and then it goes around the tip of that northern section of Audubon, and then goes to the pond that's end of the subdivision. Then it crosses back over and drains into the wetland right there. So I don't know if they can add to those ponds or not. They might have to have their own ponds and not touch those at all. And then the landscape buffer is another thing I want to bring up. I like the landscape buffers that they have proposed. I think one other thing we'd like to see is around the Audubon Oaks property, since we are literally smack dab in the middle of this development. I think maybe a black 6-foot-high aluminum fence, picket fence that's open, would be nice to separate the parcels, but still allow airflow and an open feel around that area. We are happy about the trail that they're looking to put in here to connect all these communities. But I just wanted to make sure, I did send an email. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Lord.
My name's Rusty Boddicker. I'm going to give you my P.O. Box 885, Kathleen, Florida 33849. I own property at the corner of Carpenters and North Florida. I've had up to 70 units there. I'm retiring now, so I'm down to 8. I've been a customer at Citrus Chemical, Colonial, BB&T, and now Truist for over 20 years. I've owned property for over 30 years in that area. I've traveled Carpenter's Way 20 times a week, going from the properties to the bank. I've never had an issue with traffic. If they build this subdivision, I'm sure there's going to be some better way of doing it. I'm sure there's going to be more than one outlet. I've never had a problem with the neighborhood or with the traffic congestion. I don't have problems with water runoff, and I butt up probably right to that property on the backside. We also need housing. Bill, Mayor Mutz just stated last week we're 5,000 units behind. This is a 1,400 unit. Nobody likes change. I don't like change. I don't want it in my neighborhood. They don't want it in their neighborhood. I've already got it in the neighborhood. They've already built 200 or 300 homes there, which is less than a block from me. Do I like it? No. Do we need it? Yes. Unfortunately, we have a housing shortage. 1,400 units, I put probably 15 units in the subdivision. I was there, took me 3 years. What did that do? Bottom line, the reason why prices are so high is lack of inventory. The more inventory, the better the rates come down. If you've got 20 and you need 1,000, those 20 are worth a lot more. Also, nobody's brought up the fact that they're putting a 150 assisted unit living facility as part of this. Our next shortage, we're not going to be able to take care of our old people. So the bottom line, I think this is a good fit for the neighborhood, and I personally would like to see you pass it. Thank you.
Somebody, if I may, somebody left a briefcase down here, and I don't want anybody to trip on it. Okay, thank you. And if you're still planning to speak, can you raise your hand so we can get an idea of how many more public comments we have for this item? One, is it just one more? Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this item? Okay, sir, I believe you're the one person. You'll have the last word here before the rebuttal.
I'm William Doherty. I live at 925 Fenton Lane, and I sit on my porch a lot, and I watch the traffic, and there's a lot of traffic. Sometimes it's just like a parade. Now, you do this development, and the traffic is going to be not only more, it's going to be a mess. And you need to consider that, where all these cars are going to go. And also, let's sit there and listen to the cranes, and once it's developed, I think they'll be gone. So, there you have it. Thank you.
Before we get to the rebuttal, can I just clarify something that someone mentioned earlier? They mentioned that possibly we were all paid by the city by being employees. We are not. We are volunteers. The 7 people on this board up here are all volunteers, and I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Yes, the city staff, with myself, Mr. Chuck Barnaby, Matthew Lyons, Christelle Barella, and the other planners that assist on the projects, we are all paid staff of the city, but the decision makers here, the voting board members, are all volunteers that have been nominated by the mayor and the commission to serve as public servants in this capacity. So.
Can I ask a question before we have a rebuttal? I wanted to, is that okay? Okay. I wanted to ask the developers, I'm looking at this road that attaches Lakeland Park up into phase 1 with the single family homes. As I'm looking at this, it skirts the east side of Audubon Oaks. Is that going to be accessible for the tenants or the owners at Audubon Oaks to use? That road that you're putting in?
We weren't intending on it to connect into the Audubon Oaks multifamily project.
Yeah.
That road was intended solely to serve the 16 single-family lots. And if you'll note, one of the residents raised a concern about those 16 single-family units accessing out near the Heather Point to the west. We've removed that connection. That is not connecting out there.
Okay, well, it doesn't connect to Heatherwood, but my point was, if traffic is so awful, diverting the residents from Audubon Oaks down to Lakeland Park takes them off of that Carpenter's Way. It takes them way down to and then they have an exit to either go east to Socrum Loop or to go south to Florida Avenue or to go west, which on this, as my understanding, this is going to be extended. The Lakeland Park is going to be extended to back Ford's restaurant there.
Correct.
So that would give them 3 additional routes so you would eliminate some of the congestion on Carpenter's Way.
Right now, there's a lot of congestion as there is. It seems to me there are 2 main streets that circle the golf course. And if I can understand a lot of that you're going to have roads within your development, but if those roads are going to empty onto that road that currently circles the golf course, it's a tie-up as it is right now. What are your plans to give better access to the main drags so people can get onto from your development?
So I'm going to try to answer both questions, maybe, and Commissioner Locke, you may have something to add to it as well. Coordinating with Audubon Oaks is not controlled by our developer. I believe that he was in the audience this morning. Assume it's still morning. That would require coordination. I believe Audubon Oaks is gated. It may not be gated 24/7, but I do believe it's gated at night at least. The gates are shut. Those kinds of coordination efforts, we're happy to entertain with that developer. We haven't had any of those conversations at this time. However, providing that overall interconnectivity, kind of getting to your point, Commissioner Seitz and maybe Commissioner Phillipson, the developer is cooperating with providing the right-of-way for the continuation of the Lakeland Center Park Drive from where it currently terminates at Carpenter's Way on down past the property. It needs to continue on through to the commercial development kind of to the southwest. Those are all the efforts that, those are the kinds of things that we're in the preliminary discussions for. We're at a PUD modification at this time, and recognizing that traffic is an issue, we're going to have our transportation engineer speak a little bit to what work has been done and what work will continue to ongo. We are at an early level in the review process, right? We still have to finalize those reports. We have to work with DOT. We have to work with your city on all those transportation analysis to make sure that they're firm and final and that concurrency and capacity is available. Based on the studies we've done before, and I don't want to steal Mr. Woodward's thunder, there is ample capacity today. It's operating at a level of service B based on the initial traffic studies and traffic counts. We will be updating those to make sure that and coordinating with Mr. Barnby related to any additional counts that need to be taken out there. We're certainly aware of those issues and agree creating a better network, looking at the city's long-term plans that they may want for Carpenter's Way as it relates to roundabouts and different alignments. Those are the kinds of things that this developer is. We've already started those conversations initially, but there's a lot of work left to be done.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that the two developers are cooperating
Yeah,
to
and
attempt
we
to
will.
alleviate some of this problem.
I'll grab this gentleman's name and number.
Thank you.
Before we leave this afternoon, and if there's other questions, I'm happy to go into those. But one of the things that even Mr. Prebor talked about as it related to how this is codified or institutionalized, may have been his actual term, is those are conversations that happen after today, right? We will sit down with your staff, Mr. Barnby, Mr. Vargo, Mr. Lyons. I'm sure I'm going to leave out some names, Teresa, and update the existing PUD to codify where things are going to happen, what are the development standards, what type of buffers will go where, how the roads will interconnect and interact. We've heard a number of really good comments today about how the roads are currently shown. On what we're proposing is consistent with your standards and also sensitive to how the community exists today and will exist in the future. So we're working on all those issues.
You mentioned earlier that you've had 2 public meetings with the residents. Will those meetings continue, or is that the end of it?
Friday night.
There,
4 days before this meeting.
there was a meeting on Friday evening, May 13th. We sent out 1,300 mailers to the community to advertise for that meeting. There was another comment, and I forget if it was who made it, but it was something that I was also going to comment on in our conclusion. If there are members of the community, representatives, there was one gentleman who stood up and said, I'm a representative of a community, and instead of 100 people up here, we brought, we consolidated our comments. We want to meet with those folks. We want to continue to have those conversations with those folks to put constructive criticism into the project and come out with a better product on the backside. So that is absolutely something. I discussed it with both Mr. Halls as we were standing in the back. Something we're absolutely committed to doing is continuing those conversations with the community.
I assume there's still several studies over and above that what you've mentioned have to be done. Things like schooling. So with these multifamily units, you're going to have a lot more children back there, obviously.
Yes, sir.
So those studies still are to come.
Yes, those studies, concurrency studies, the binding letters, the non-binding letters through the Polk County School Board to determine whether there's capacity, dealing with impact fees and things of that nature. Absolutely, those all get put into the hopper really after this stage, after a PUD stage, more when we get into a very specific engineering site development standard, when we know exactly how many units are going to go on the ground.
So we will be meeting again.
I would imagine so, yes, sir. A couple other things I just wanted to touch on, and then I'm gonna sit down. I promise. I do want our traffic guy, Mr. Woodward, to speak just briefly to address some of the concerns that were raised by the residents, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wilson, civil engineer, to talk about stormwater design, and how we go through that process. And then we're going to conclude with Scott. It's been too long. I will not be able to pronounce his last name a second time. On kind of site planning issues and compatibility issues. But before I sit down, there's a couple of things that I really think are important. One, Mr. Hall and Morgan Creek have absolutely nothing to do with this project. Zero. It's completely irrelevant. Two, Mr. Hall is a member of the Southwest Florida Water Management District Board. They have zero to do with the issuance of ERP permits and stormwater design and things of that nature. That never comes before them. That is entirely staff level. So whether or not he is on the board has zero impact on stormwater design, the standards that we're required to meet, and the engineering effort that we will be required to conduct as part of our site development standard. So I normally am not that forceful in a public hearing, but it was just completely irrelevant and not germane to the request that was before you this morning. Second of all, the environmental. We have done phase 1, phase 2 studies on this site. There are some areas of light contamination. There is absolutely nothing that is of such concern that we cannot develop the site. We will be going through any remediation that is required, will be absolutely handled properly through the right permitting processes with DEP and every other reviewing agency that we need to work through. And that relates to the same with any protected species and any other type of environmental issue that we would need to address on the project. So we're aware and we are handling that on our end. With that, we really appreciate your time. This has been a very good hearing. We appreciate the public's time. It's been a lot of good comments have come out of this. I'd like to ask Mr. Woodward to stand up and speak briefly on traffic, and then we will conclude our presentation and look forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Woodward. I'm a traffic engineer. My address is 189 South Orange. That's Orlando, Florida, 32801. We did perform a traffic impact analysis for this project that was done consistent with nationwide, with state, and with city standards and methodologies. We've submitted that to the city. The city is reviewing it. We will be working with the city towards acceptance of that traffic impact analysis. Really quickly, I'll respond to some of the comments that we heard today while this picture's up, and then I'll get into some sort of general information, then bring it back to a couple specifics. So we heard some concerns about coming out of Heather Point Way as well as coming out of Wedgewood Estates Boulevard. And our proposal includes realigning that intersection so that it's a roundabout. So if you are currently traveling on either one of those side streets, you have to turn across traffic that doesn't have to slow down. So by implementing a roundabout, all traffic will slow down entering the intersection. So if you're trying to drive through quickly on Carpenter's Way, maybe you'd look at the roundabout as something negative because it would cause you to slow down. But certainly for any residents who are trying to get out of those neighborhoods, it will be a benefit. All right, now backing up a little bit and talking about some of the conclusions from the traffic analysis, which again is under review by staff. The roadway segment analysis for existing and background was performed for all roadway segments where the project has any kind of, where the study area is included. And the only road that had a deficiency was State Road 33 from Granada to I-4 at the Socrum Loop Road. But that's a background deficiency, which is important because of state standards, or I'm sorry, of the state legislature that put into rules on concurrency about a dozen years ago that are pretty clear, where the developer is not responsible for correcting problems that are existing. Those are known as deficiencies. So the one roadway which is anticipated to be over capacity is already deficient whether or not this project moves forward. For intersections, several intersection approach deficiencies were identified in the existing conditions as well as the background conditions. These deficiencies can be improved somewhat through signal retiming, and that will allow the minor streets to operate a little bit better. Now, although some minor approaches operate with level of service F and build out, all of the project movements, right, so movements where project traffic is traveling, operate with manageable queues, which means there's enough space in the turn lane turn lanes to accommodate those queues, and VC ratios less than 1.0. A VC ratio, that's volume to capacity. It's a measure of capacity where anything under 1 indicates that there is capacity. So on that theme of capacity, let's go back to we'll go back to roadway segments briefly. I mentioned State Road 33 from Granada. That is anticipated to be a little bit over capacity in the morning. Again, based on future background, so future conditions, year 2027, without the project. Carpenter's Way, however, is anticipated to be at about 80% of its capacity in the future. That's year 2027. So it's our based on our analysis that was done using those standards. Carpenter's Way is going to be around 80% capacity. Now, that's not to say that it's going to be smooth sailing and easy to drive wherever you want, right? Roads were made for vehicles to drive on, and as long as we're under capacity, I think that's okay. So really the question here is there enough, are there enough vehicles where we should consider widening Carpenter Road? Now, and the answer is pretty clear to me that the answer to that is no. We should not be considering widening Carpenter's Way, excuse me. Now, widening the road also would have a negative impact for anyone who wants to walk across the street by making a longer walking distance, and it could also lead to higher speeds where this is more of a neighborhood context. So we believe strongly that Carpenter's Way should remain a 2-lane road as it is, and we do not feel that widening would be appropriate to consider. That's all I wanted to bring up today. Of course, we're going to be continuing to work with staff. I imagine the staff will have some comments. We will respond to those comments and continue working towards a resolution. Thank you.
Again, Scott Minganay with Kimley Horn. Just a couple more site planning comments just to give you insight and input. I think I was the one that mentioned maybe a couple of public meetings. Part of my thought process on public engagement is talking to leadership at HOAs. Maybe in fact, the gentleman that came up and said, I kind of represent this group. So we've talked to leadership within those groups to get a sense of their feeling, direction, and we've tried to respond. And we've talked to staff because as we design project, we're looking for site context. And staff has given us some clues as to the initial plan, and that's what Mr. Woodward talked about on the traffic engineering side for the alignment of Wedgwood and Carpenter's Way with Heather Point. Originally, we had that just being approved as an ALF, and actually it may create a great, that roundabout would create a great gateway, and it would align the roadway better. I think we can still maybe bow it out a little bit so that the residents adjacent to 9A would have a nice flowing street. As to traffic, the bow in the street, the shape of the street will help to reduce speeds in that area, as well as create a nice gateway in that area. Again, walking trails have been added. I won't hit on too many other things. There were a couple of residents that had some concerns about parcels 5, 6, and 7. Looking down, 5, 6, and 7 are 2-story townhomes. Those won't have multi-story major height in all of those areas. And I think the way we've positioned them, again, you're not going to get development that looks down into adjacent development. Audubon Oaks connectivity, while we might like to, those projects and any project outside of the golf course boundary, we looked at providing only circulation from Parcel 1 down and through our development to other points of egress without impacting or going through any of the other neighborhoods, whether it's Audubon Oaks, the single family, or others. We did provide, for example, the one small area to the north of the cemetery. Now, we don't own the property here, but we've made accommodations within our development that would accommodate a potential opportunity to connect to, I believe it's Tiva, I believe is the correct name. But that's an offering that the developer has made for future connectivity if someone else wants to provide that opportunity because they don't own that property on that side. So there is site planning considerations to look at multiple ways to add additional connectivity. And we'll continue to engage not only from thoughts from what you have to say to impact some of the improvements. And so I'll try to cut it off because I know you have plenty of questions. So thank you for how you've listened. We appreciate the opportunity.
Scott jumped in front of me. For the record, Mark Wilson with Kimmy Horn. I'm at 109 South Kentucky Avenue here in Lakeland, in our Lakeland Kimmy Horn office. And just a couple items to touch on drainage. I believe you heard a number of residents comment on drainage, but you also heard the developer of Audubon Oaks, who I believe did Gibson Oaks, if I got the name right. But we'll have to comply with the same rules. The rules have changed over the decades, so they're a little bit more intense than they used to be 20, 30 years ago, and I think he made reference to that. It's an impaired water body. We have to go through a variety of calculations nowadays that you didn't have to do a number of years ago. We will be looking at a 25-year event. We'll also look at a 100-year event. So we'll be developing to a higher standard because the rules have changed. They require that we develop to a higher standard when it comes to drainage. A couple other things. We have done geotech report out here, and right now the detailed report does not indicate the need for pilings, so we're not expecting to put piles out here. So we feel good about where we are so far with the geotech report and what's been presented. And then utilities, we've also had some interaction with City of Lakeland Utilities, and we know that the utility system out here is constrained, specifically the lift station that's right there on Carpenter's Way and the utility lines on Carpenter's Way themselves. So we've already started that dialogue. We have a detailed report the city gave us, and we know we're going to have some work to do when we get down the road to the construction level phase to making the necessary improvements to make sure we have adequate utility capacity. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, anything else on the rebuttal?
We'll stand for any further questions if you have any of us. Yeah.
I have a quick question. How can we get a copy of the applicant's presentation for us to study?
It's on the city's hard drive for purposes of today. We can get a copy.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a copy of it onto a jump drive, and then I can probably email it to everybody if y'all want it.
Great, please, thank you.
Okay, and my question kind of
So
goes along
upload
with
it into
that.
the PUD track where I think the people have been pulling off the site plans and things.
So my question goes along with that. So you're going to show us where, because apparently currently there's 7 parcels that are residential medium and 2 parcels that are residential low, and it will be changed to 2 medium, 2 low, residential high, 5. Is that correct? That's what I'm counting?
Parcels, I believe that is correct. We're looking at them more as wholes. But yes, if we want to, yes.
And if possible, can it be labeled what they're currently and what they will be? Because that makes a difference where those high-density parcels are located.
That is all in our application. That's also included within the presentation that we have today.
Mr. Chair, as I was explaining earlier, the rules of procedure for this board, the first hearing is the public hearing where we take all the public comment. The staff takes all the information in, they really take a close look at it, and then they come back the following month with a recommendation during what we label as our general meeting for this board. And at that time, under a standard case, the board would simply hear the staff recommendation and then make a vote on it to approve with conditions or to deny the application. Being that this is one of the larger projects that we've seen and during my tenure, I would like to ask the applicant if you're open to potentially extending that time frame to allow staff maybe 2 or 3 months to analyze this and come back with a recommendation. I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that on the record today.
It's not uncommon for, typically, as you said, you would go one hearing to the next hearing, and that would be the typical process. We're going to work with staff, and if we need additional time, we're going to have some additional conversations with property owners and members of the community. So I would expect that while we would shoot to try to keep it on the normal track, because as most of you know, we want to keep projects going on the normal course. that if it slides 1 or 2 months, that's not something that would be unexpected from our part either. So I don't want to make a commitment today of whether or not we're going to go 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, but we're certainly going to be respectful of staff and the community to address as many concerns as we possibly can.
I think there are a lot of open questions that we would all like to get,
Sure.
more information on. Which would help us
Absolutely.
all. Thank you.
Chuck, did you want to weigh in on that?
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Simpson, and I appreciate the applicant's flexibility. I mean, based on what we're hearing today, what we heard last Friday evening, and just the scale of this project, I mean, I think in my time here, this is probably a top 5 in terms of number of residential units that would be seeking, sought to be approved at one time. That, I want to make sure we get the details right. I think a big issue here is that Lakeland Park Drive extension did open about 2 weeks ago. So we do want to verify that the traffic patterns have changed and that that's consistent with the analysis that's been provided. We've certainly heard some questions and concerns about the true peak period out here. And I know from my experience, the area of Carpenter's Way between Corporate Avenue and US 98 is a little different because of the four-way stop and the signal timing at 98. I've sat in queues back there 25 cars back. In fact, recently I took a picture through the windshield of the car. I was stopped, but I took a picture through the windshield just to document that. And so there's some things I know we want to look at in more detail to make sure that the traffic analysis really corresponds to what the public and what is actually happening out there. I also want to just kind of get into a little bit of procedural of what we would be looking at, following zoning approval. If this project is to be approved, then there are a number of steps that lead us towards what we call a formal concurrency determination when we look at water rules primarily. And for traffic concurrency, that period is, that vesting period is 3 years based on our concurrency management ordinance. So if we're looking at a traffic study that's based on a 2027 build-out year, and because of the scale of the project, I think it's reasonable to expect that the build-out timeline of this project would go beyond that 3-year vesting period that's allowed in our ordinance. I think we're probably looking at a development agreement of some kind that would lock in a longer vesting period for the development, but also would lock in more certainty in terms of the responsibilities with the Lakeland Park Drive extension going from Carpenter's Way back towards the shopping center. I heard transit today being referenced as a need in this area, and certainly we have seen that around the city with multifamily development. And so that, the shopping center just to the southwest, we actually executed a development agreement back in 2011 where the developer bought a bus and 5 years of operating cost. It was very unique at the time, but we've replicated that. Maybe there's some transit mitigation. There's certainly Lakeland Park Drive extension is an issue. What we will be looking at is the difference between, and we're going to be focused in on the zoning, between the golf course that's allowed today and the additional units that are ultimately going to be approved. And so that's going to be the delta or the difference that we're going to be really focused in on, and the impacts of that traffic. And and we'll be looking at that, of course, from schools, water and wastewater, and those other bits of infrastructure. But we locked down concurrency at site plan approval, which would apply to the apartments, and then at subdivision plan approval, which would apply to the townhomes and the single family. So there's some lag time that's built into our staff reviews when those concurrency determinations are being made. And so we want to make sure that we're hitting the right spot in terms of build out, background traffic growth, the right peak periods, and the timing of the build-out of the project corresponds to the mitigation that we would be looking for at different steps in the process. But I think a development agreement is something that is, to me, reasonable to give us more certainty in terms of that mitigation package, as well as giving the development a longer vesting period to, certainly moving forward.
Oh, I completely agree that there's going to be a number of other processes. What Mr. Barnaby just described, it can be summed up. There's still a lot of work left to do to address all of those issues, and there will be a lot of work to be done to memorialize how the project moves forward, concurrency, capacities, all those things, what improvements are made, how right-of-way is provided, things of that nature. There's a lot of different issues to be addressed, and one or more developers agreements, kind of depending how it all shakes out, quite honestly. So it is a significant project.
Mr. Chair, just one more before we leave this item, if that is the if there are no more questions or anything. I just wanted to say to the members of the public, we do, in the past, I know we have a 3-minute time limit, and I know that's pretty tight, but there's a lot of folks that want to speak. The board doesn't have a specific rule on nominating a spokesperson, but in the past, we have allowed, when someone is to nominate a spokesperson, if that information is provided to the city beforehand, we could take a look at it, then we could potentially extend those 3-minute time limits, or maybe even eliminate them depending on the circumstances and whatnot. And certainly, if this project does proceed to the city commission, there have been cases in the past where a nominated spokesperson was not constrained with a time limit, but it's all going to be subject to how many people you're speaking for, and it's all in the interest of trying to save everyone time, but still address all of the issues. So if you could take that into consideration when you go back and speak to your fellow property owners to discuss nominating someone, it would save us all time, and we could still get all the issues out there. So it's something for you all to consider. And it sounds like we will be coming back next month, potentially with a recommendation from staff on this item. It's going to be scheduled in that manner, but it sounds like the applicant is open to potentially extending that. So we may be coming back next month simply to request a postponement or a continuance in the matter. So everyone will just have to stay tuned on the timeline for this project, okay?
I have a quick question. Is there any way, if it is extended, if the board can kind of get an update of where city staff is on things so we kind of have an idea?
Certainly, if what we're time frame on now is we're going to be back next month with this item, and then if the city staff is going to be requesting more time, they can update the board and the public at that time as to where they are with their review.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll be prepared to, if there's anything as well too. Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea.
I also encourage you to really engage the residents around there when it comes to buffering and the way things are positioned and look. Just maybe a little extra would go a long way.
So I've got a couple of questions just on sort of process. I mean, this is a very large development. We've gotten comments about very specific areas as they affect different folks. And as we consider each of these, knowing that staff's going to provide a recommendation, as the board, if one of us or a group of us or all of us have an issue with a specific portion of the recommendation, is it one, we agree with what's been provided, or can we part and parcel approval? What's the...
Well, the board always has the option to approve or approve with conditions or to deny a project. The applicant has presented this as a whole, and so if there's a problem with one part of it, then I would see that as a lawful basis to deny it. If there's a way to condition that section to make it meet the criteria or whatever it is that the issue that the board is concerned about, then that could be a possibility too, to impose specific conditions related to those specific parcels. But they're presenting this as one big package, and so that would, if there are specific concerns within that, the board can call those out and have them addressed by the applicant.
And then with this being a PUD, we need to consider several factors. Obviously, they're not going to go through formal design all the way to the end kind of thing, but they still need to show due diligence and justification. Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of questions about traffic, perhaps some questions about the environmental. To what extent, just to the feeling that they've done their due diligence, or that they've gone ahead and haven't approved TIA or whatever? What's the, I know it's always a happy balance sometimes.
Right, because now this is a large development, and there's a lot of moving pieces to it. There's first the request changes to the future land use, as I was explaining earlier, because the courts view that as a legislative act, because you're amending your comprehensive plan, the constitution for your development. It's going to be a little bit more deferential in how you decide whether or not you want to amend to go to a higher density or lower density, whatever change you want to make to the comprehensive plan. As long as your decision is fairly debatable, there's a rational basis for it, then the court's going to defer to the city in that decision. When it comes to the specific application of the zoning, the burden is on the applicant to show that they're consistent with the comp plan, and part of that determination is compatibility with the adjacent uses. And so they have the burden to show that they're compatible and that they meet the intent and purpose of the comp plan. Presuming that they meet that burden, then the burden shifts to the board to come up with a legitimate public interest as to why the project should not be approved at that point. And there's not, the code gives you specific considerations with regard to traffic and environmental concerns, a lot of the things that were raised today. So it's certainly within your purview to ask questions about that, and how much detail that you need to see to feel satisfied that they are meeting those requirements there's not a whole lot of specificity in our code as far as what level of study you should see or something like that. There are certain standards and methodologies and things that on how studies are conducted in that, and the review continues as they go along. That's what Mr. Barmby was referring to, is that this is sort of once the entitlements are in place, then they're going to submit for permitting, and there's all sorts of additional reviews that happen after that. But that doesn't mean, just because there are additional reviews that happen after, does not mean that this board cannot, require certain information and to the extent that you feel comfortable and satisfied that they are going to be able to meet the intent and purpose of the code as far as protecting the environment and not creating traffic issues and having a compatible development that meets the comprehensive plan of the city. So I don't know if that was not quite answering your question. I guess I would just say that as this progresses forward and they're providing information, if you continue to have questions on those issues, then raise those questions, and then the applicant can respond, either provide more information or we can address that as the issues come up.
And that's why we may end up in a situation, likely end up in a situation where we need additional time, because that staff report is really the record. It's it's the documentation of our justification for recommending conditions, recommending approval, recommending denial, whatever it ends up being. And so we want to make sure we get those details correct and are able to communicate that to the board, to the public, to the commission, and making sure that we have the sufficient, not only show the results of the analysis, but also the thought process and the mechanics, if that is necessary, to provide everybody with comfort level that we've looked at this every way possible and that we've got a solid document and a solid approval that we're recommending. And so we want to make sure that all those details are wrapped up before we bring it back to the P&Z board for sure.
There certainly is a balance in all of that process as it relates to how much detail, how much approval, and how far we go with the study versus having, no entitlement in hand as well. At the end of the day, the concurrency process and the concurrency standards would, if we got through it and there wasn't concurrency and there wasn't capacity on the road, we wouldn't be able to get a permit. So, like schools, for instance, if there weren't school capacity, we wouldn't be able to build homes. Right? So there's a number of steps along the way, and that backstop at the end is really our concurrency review process. And we'll be working through all of that.
Thank you.
I have one question, and it's probably opening up an entire new can of worms here, but if the residents are this opposed, has there been any consideration, has anybody looked into the possibility of a CDD to purchase all or some of this land and keep it in the ownership of the various associations? It's just a random question, but I thought I'd ask it now rather than down the line.
Well, if I may, I think for now, maybe just consider that food for thought, and we could come back. I'm not sure, what's presented as far as the application and the considerations of the code and the comprehensive plan, whether or not the homeowners could pursue some other, future for this property, I'm not sure is entirely relevant to the board's consideration.
Okay.
I certainly appreciate the comment, and it's food for thought for them, but maybe that we can address that at the next hearing after the.
And I didn't want to extend this, but I know it happened in another area, so.
Well, I don't know if you have a comment on that as far as the relevancy of it to this proceeding.
I don't believe that, if the residents want to form some sort of group and make an offer to buy the property from the developer, that has zero to do with
That's something for
our request today.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get together on if they wish. Any? Sir? Well, we pretty much had.
Just on the.
Sir, I'm sorry. We're. Well, I'm not saying you can or can't. It's the discretion of the board, but they would need to approve that decision since you've already had a public comment,
Right.
and then if you were approved to speak, you would need to come down and speak at the microphone.
How many would like to have? I think we've had been fairly liberal with our public
That might
comment.
be something he would want to bring up in the meeting with the developer.
Yeah.
That would
I
probably
agree.
be something that would be brought up in the meeting with the developer.
Right. Okay. We thank you all. We thank everybody's participation.
Just to add some comment, because I do expect a lot of discussion as this gets moved forward and perhaps reassessed and comments taken into consideration. Personally, I think at least the southern section, 675, those areas, I think there needs to be a little bit more conversation, consideration for how that fits, and again, really thinking about what comments the citizens have brought forward and trying to incorporate that a little bit into the plan. Those are just my comments.
And of course, you can also still communicate with the city, and send them letters or concerns or whatever you want on this matter. You send it to the department itself. Bring it to our attention. We thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we're now, that ends our.
No, we got two more items.
Oh, no, we got two more items.
No, jeez.
Yeah, go on. You're on.
Give it a minute to clear up. Item 5, small-scale land use amendment to allow a change in future land use from business park to residential medium on approximately 0.9 acres, and a change in zoning from light industrial and single-family residential to planned unit development on approximately 9.1 acres, concurrent with a city-initiated application to apply the urban neighborhood context sub-district on approximately 0.6 acres to allow a 3-story multifamily residential development with a maximum of 96 dwelling units on property generally located south of Olive Street, east of Oregon Avenue, and west of Beach Avenue, 1506 Olive Street. Owner, True Investors Development, LLC. Applicant, Tom Wadrich, TDW Land Planning.
Good morning. Again, for the record, my name is Philip Scarce. I'm a principal planner with Community Economic Development. Before I go into presentation, or just before we move forward, I just want to request that the applicant has requested a continuance to the June 21st, I believe that is the public hearing. As you can tell by the description of this case, there's a lot of moving parts here. There are some rights-of-way and easements that are in process of being vacated, as well as this is within the Westgate Central Neighborhood Association, and the applicant has been trying to coordinate a meeting with the neighborhood association as this moves forward. They've not had a chance to do that yet, so they've requested a continuance, and it came after the agenda was published, so we didn't have time to write up a delay memo like we do on the other cases that are coming up here. So with that, I'm just going to state that the staff request a continuance as well as the applicant to the June meeting.
Motion to approve.
And with that, we can answer any questions you may have. If there's anybody here, I know it was advertised. Prefer to get everybody's comments in one time in June. So that's our recommendation.
Okay, so we need a motion.
Motion to approve the continuance.
Second?
And Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Scarce, did you say this was advertised for public comment?
It was, yes.
Do we have any public comment today on the request for continuance to this item? Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
All in favor of the request for continuance?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Item 6, major modification of plan unit development zoning for Tract E of Morgan Creek Preserve to allow for the construction of 49 single-family detached homes on approximately 35.08 acres on property generally located south of Medella Road, east of Hamilton Road, and north of West Pipkin Road, 4806 Hamilton Road. Owner, English Creek LLC, applicant William J. Malloy.
All right, so, Philip, if you want to grab Mr. Cheney, I will take the reins.
Jeff?
Here he is. Yes.
Oh, there we go. Great time, Joe.
Good morning. For the record, Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development. William J. Malloy requests a major modification of the planned unit development zone for Tract E of Morgan Creek Preserve. That is this area here. The request is for the construction of 49 single-family detached homes on approximately 35.808 acres. Excuse me. And this is located north of West Pipkin, south of Medella, and east of Hamilton, of Hamilton Road. The bulk of this property has a future land use designation of residential low. There's a very small portion of it that has conservation. That is the environmentally sensitive area that's directly adjacent to English Creek, which is right here. It's very small. Residential low future land use designation allows for the development of residential uses up to 5 dwelling units per acre. As submitted by the applicant, the proposed subdivision would allow for a maximum of 49 single-family detached dwellings on the 35.08 acre parcel. This translates to a gross density of 1.40 dwelling units per acre, which is well below the maximum allowed by the comprehensive plan. The proposed number of lots is also a 12.5% reduction from the 56 lots that you may recall having seen in December of 2020 and then early in 2021. This is a different engineering, this is a different engineer, and this is a different applicant. This request will include lots size 10,890 square foot. That's a quarter of an acre. The proposed homes will utilize city water and also septic tank, and this project would be developed in one single phase. It will also include a 2.8 acre recreation area, It will also include a 10-foot wide multi-use trail. Access to the site will be through the suburban plan development that was approved by the Board of County Commissioners off of Medela. They will also be able to tie in to West Pipkin from here once that becomes available. It's also important to note that this plan development will include buffer tracks. Here on the west side, this will be a 20-foot wide vegetative buffer with a 6-foot high fence. Then here on this north side of Tract D, this will be a 30-foot wide landscape buffer, also with a 6-foot high fence. And in closing, I'd like to note that this tract was included in the master planned development for Morgan Creek. It was already approved for residential development, subject to modification to the PUD, which would adopt the site development plan and also address the access issues, which they've done here, as you can see. We did receive one phone call. It wasn't in opposition. However, they did ask questions about this development as well as the other tracts within Morgan Creek that remain undeveloped. And just in general, they had concerns about the growth in the area. And then we also had an email that we received with questions about the septic tanks, and they had concerns about the effects on the water quality. So with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have, and if not, then the applicant will have a presentation for you.
Talk about connection down to Morgan Creek when it's available. What's the nexus to connect to the previous phases of Morgan Creek?
I'll allow Chuck to address that question.
I think really it's more of an issue of, because we've got tracts B and C to the south, which have entitlements for 321 single-family units right now. They're working on a traffic study, and depending on what the results of that study are, they may need that second connection going north to minimize the traffic impacts on West Pipkin Road. If they do not have, if they don't trigger a requirement for any mitigation of that nature, then what we would likely end up with is a stub out on both sides that at some point in time, either through working with the nearby developers or the city itself, we would come back and bridge that, bridge that gap. We do have a requirement with tracts B and C that there is an engineering analysis done to really focus in on the feasibility of a creek crossing at this location. But really, the intent is to not preclude the ability for us to have a long-term parallel route to County Line Road to help connect the neighborhoods in this area.
I've got another question. This was turned down by City Council. We never found out why it was turned down, what their reasoning was. So what was the reasoning that this was turned down before?
Really, two of the primary issues that we heard was drainage related to the Medela-Hamilton drainage problems. I mean, there's no other way around that. It's definitely there were some flooding issues in that area that were documented at the public hearing back in March of last year. I think the other issue was primarily traffic and pushing all of the traffic north to Medela Road.
So what of that has changed?
In terms of Medela-Hamilton, the Board of County Commissioners is getting ready to kick off a design study on a drainage fix at that intersection, and that the funding for that, our understanding is, and we're going to verify that certainly with the county engineer's office, is that there's funding for the construction of that drainage improvement through the ARPA program. So that's a pretty significant turn of events that addresses one major issue. In terms of traffic, I mean, there is a minimal or a nominal reduction in number of units, which certainly help. We have the stub out to the south to set the stage for a future connection to tracts B and C and Pipkin Road. So that, I think, is a very important component of all this. Ultimately, it's going to be up to the county permitting and what they want to see on Medela Road. We've mentioned with the applicant concerns about the alignment of this street connection to Medela in close proximity to Hamilton. Is there an opportunity to pull those intersections further apart? Do we need to move them closer together? Those are things that we're still discussing with the applicant's team. But I think ultimately it was traffic and it was drainage that were the main issues related to the City Commission's denial.
What is in the pipeline for Hamilton Road? I mean, that's Hamilton Road is the width, isn't even the width of a two-car driveway.
About
at this
17 feet
point.
wide.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about being the main north-south route through this area, and you have a driveway.
And we do have, there's, of course, a lot of development that's occurring north of Medalla Road on Hamilton, primarily on the west side. And through the county permitting process, for example, at Drainfield, they're requiring turn lanes at that intersection. There's another development that's coming in, and we were actually reviewing it from a utility standpoint, about halfway down across from a solar farm on the west side. The county's going to require that they do their part to bring Hamilton Road up to standard. It's going to be probably fairly incremental, and there are some right-of-way needs at the south end of the corridor closer to Medalla Road that still have to be addressed. So there's no immediate fix for Hamilton. The width of it is still a big concern. But the scale of this development and the fact that Medalla does connect to Pipkin to the east and County Line to the west, the distribution of traffic, and this is why staff recommended approval last time, is that the amount of traffic from this development going on to Hamilton Road is relatively low, and there are other mitigation and access requirements that are being required of the county as development connects to Hamilton further to the north.
Right now, nothing has changed from when the city council turned it down.
Not on a traffic standpoint.
And
or,
I'll just
or on drainage, as far as that goes.
just add to that. I was just reviewing it, and the denial letter that was sent out, and the top basis that was cited to there was compatibility, being that the proposed density and intensity of the uses were determined not to be compatible with the rural and agricultural character of the surrounding properties. So, and that was in addition to the infrastructure
So nothing,
issues.
that hasn't changed either. It's just, I mean,
Well, they're
I know, we eliminated, what, 6 houses?
7 lots.
Pardon?
They limited 7 lots, and they did add a 30-foot buffer on the north side
Well, I
between the
understand
rural
that.
lots.
He's talking about not being compatible, and I'm saying,
That was a previous determination that was made based on what was presented before. This board's not bound to that determination. It's been over a year now, and as Mr. Barnaby's mentioning, there's some changes that are going to be occurring, that are occurring out there. So I would just encourage this board to consider this application on its own merits. I mean, obviously, you've seen proposals for this property before, but I would just encourage you to consider this application as independent and on its own merits.
And I think it'd be helpful too, when the applicant does get up and presents, if they can provide any details in terms of the wider lots on the north side of the main access road against the homes and the home sites to the north, as well as that 30-foot buffer. I think that is a significant difference to what we were looking at over a year ago.
Just from additional background, initially they came in, they applied for 90 lots, actually wanted to increase the density, and we indicated that's not something that we could support. We did not believe that would move forward there, so we did work with the applicant to actually come back and try to address some of the previous concerns of the commission there. And this is what they have submitted. So it's not the county rural, the 5-10 acre parcels, obviously, but in our opinion, that's more of a transitional land use. Over time, those properties are going to be probably assembled and redeveloped at some point. So we're looking at the city's code and what the Morgan Creek PUD, when it was adopted, back in the early 2000s, what the intent was, and it was always that this would be some type of single-family development consistent with city standards, not that county rural development pattern.
I just feel a little bit like this board was deceived on this whole thing. I mean, in our October meeting, we had a gentleman when we approved phase, B and C, and they showed the route coming in off of Pipkin, the road coming in off of Pipkin for those two, one road going east, one going west, one going to B and C, and at the end of that was a cul-de-sac. And I specifically asked that man, when he was here, what is that for? And he said, oh, that's going to be the entrance into Phase E. And then we get this, and we've got the only entrance. This says road connection, but we have nothing that says this is what it's going to be. And what we're doing now, we have infrastructure on Pipkin Road that accommodates all of this. We've got 4 lanes, and we're dumping this out onto Hamilton, which is a driveway. I mean, I don't know the last time anybody drove down Hamilton, but there's ruts on both sides of the road from traffic, can't pass one another. And so, I mean, I think that, like I said, when I got this, I thought, what? Because I was led to believe that we were going to have the entrance to this subdivision from the B and C, which would go on to the main 4-lane road of Pipkin. And that's not what this is.
I mean, that would be staff's preferred option, but this is what the developer's requesting. It's a different developer than came in last fall at the time. This property was not on the table. That proposal was not even out there. We were basing our recommendation on the previous.
I think this is something that, as a board, we need to think about.
Yeah.
I had my say.
I'm having a little trouble looking at the picture, the aerial picture, and then putting that parcel on its, can you clarify where it is?
So this area here, which shares the same ownership,
I see.
has RS future land use and was approved as a suburban plan development by the Polk County Board of County Commissioners for 29 lots. It'll access Medela Road via a local road they will have to construct. It will then tie in to Tract D, which is in the city, in the PUD known as Morgan Creek Preserve, and that is how they will access the local road network. At some point in the future, then, there will also be a connection approximately here to West Pipkin Road. But this is the tract in question. This is the subject property. It's just over 35 acres.
Are there any other questions?
I think at this point it'd be appropriate to hear from the applicant and then hear from some of the public comments, and then the board can pose questions after that.
Commissioners, good afternoon. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33606. As you're obviously aware, this project has some history. It's not all pleasant or popular. And rather than rehash all that, as the city attorney said, I'd like to really deal with this request at hand as de novo, as a new project. We have a new team of engineers on it. I'm brand new to it. We hope this is a much more compatible and palatable project for your community here. There's really just a few points I'd like to stress. I think staff did an excellent job of really covering the specifics of this, but we are proposing just 49 lots on 35 acres, which comes out to 1.4 units per the acre. That's extremely low in my opinion. We're allowed 5 per acre. Our mathematical maximum density here would be 175 units. And again, we're more than happy with 49, 49 being 28% of the potential density. It's not relevant here, but in other jurisdictions, asking for a density that low often requires a waiver unto itself if you're underdeveloping. These lots would be minimum 1/4 acre size and served by public water and private septic. As was mentioned earlier, in an effort to address some of the compatibility concerns, especially to the north, where we interact with the county piece, we actually have 50 feet of separation between the two projects or between the properties. There's a 20-foot landscape easement and then a 30-foot buffer. Within that buffer, we anticipate preserving all the natural vegetation as it is, rather than doing a decorative buffer. And I think that was based on community input from the ownership to the north. We do know from several meetings with staff and residents that flooding is a particular concern here. We're hopeful that the project that we just learned of at Medulla and Hamilton will help to alleviate that in some capacity. We as the development team are happy to help in any way we can, within reason, to effect a better solution there at that intersection. With that, we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I just had a question about the septic tanks. My concern was these bottom lots that back up to the ponds. Isn't there well, I guess the question I'm asking is, anybody talked to the health department and had any perks done on that land there first?
I don't believe we've vetted the septic with the health department yet.
Okay. Is there not a 15-foot setback from a pond for a drain field?
It's 15 or 30, I believe.
Okay, so on these lots that are, what, 100 and I can't read this without having a magnifying glass, so you'll have to bear with me.
They're 110.
110. And you have a back setback is what on them? 20? 20-foot setback on the rear?
If we need to put a setback on the lot to delineate a wetland conservation area, more than happy.
I'm not talking about a wetland conservation area. I'm
You're talking
talking about
about
having a
setback for the
drain
drain
field backing up to a retention pond.
I can assure you that whatever the Department of Health or the appropriate regulating agency says we need to do, we will make sure that the tank and the drain field are placed appropriately.
And there's no plan. My understanding is that B and C and across Pipkin have sanitary sewers. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So is there any plan to tap into those sanitary sewers?
Without speaking on behalf of the developer, I don't believe that the scope of this project justifies making the extension of the line at this time.
So on the other side of those retention ponds then is wetlands, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So these homes that are backing up to these retention ponds on the south side, it's going to be Tusty if you've got enough room, A, and the retention pond, which will have the runoff from the drain fields, is next to the wetlands.
I'm sorry, what was the last?
Next to the wetlands. The south portion of this plot is all retention pond, I mean, for the most part. And you have houses on that retention pond area that are going to have drain fields, correct? They're going to have septic tanks with drain fields. And those retention ponds are going to be subject to the runoff of those drain fields. And those retention ponds are also butting up on the other side to the wetlands. You know, I think, and I've done after I saw this, I did a little investigation on some things. And if you look at the surveyor's plot on this, at Drainfield and Hamilton, it's 130 foot, it's 102 on the entrance into this subdivision. So everything that comes from there, it's running that direction into those wetlands.
Yes, ma'am, all I can say is I'm hopeful that our regulatory agencies can account for all that and make sure that the final plan and design of this project does account for all of that. I mean, I'm not an expert in that field. I understand exactly where you're saying that water goes where it wants to, high to low.
Yeah.
I hate to say we have to trust the government, but I believe we have to on that one.
Well, and the other question is, in looking at this, you've got that the side setbacks are 5 foot. So is that 10 foot between each home?
Is that our side setbacks?
That's what they're currently proposing. These would be nominally RA1 lots, typically in the suburban neighborhood. For RA1, we would have probably a 9-foot side yard setback with the minimum.
He's got 5 foot right here.
Yeah, that's what they were proposing.
They wanted 5 foot side setbacks, so 10 foot between each home. Okay.
Sticking with that.
I guess I'm not understanding. Is there sewer capability, a city sewer line capability within that vicinity?
Yeah.
And they're just
on
putting
the
in
other side of
septic
the
tanks?
wetlands. Yeah. B and C of Morgan Creek has sewer capabilities, sanitary sewer capability.
So why wouldn't you do that on this parcel?
It's probably their performer, just to spread that cost among that relatively few number of lots. In their opinion, it doesn't justify the expense. That would probably be my understanding of why they're leaning towards septic.
So if something happened and a drain field backed up, who would be responsible for that cleanup into the wetlands? Would it be the homeowners?
It's the homeowner.
Well, okay. All right, that's what I wanted to find out.
Just to clarify one point, the 5-foot side setbacks, we are by no means married to that. I think that was probably a holdover on the lot detail. We do not need, that's a minimum, and I believe we're happier to go higher than that, especially on quarter-acre lots. 5 feet doesn't make any sense.
I was hoping it was a typo.
And that's really more of a, like a 40-foot lot product, not a quarter-acre lot.
Yeah, that would definitely need to be clarified, I think. Yeah.
And if you could, when answering the questions, if you could just speak into the microphone. I'm getting,
Pardon me, I'm all over the place.
Word from the communications folks back there that we're having a hard time picking up some of the answers.
I want to just clarify something to everybody. Since this board was doxxed over this whole thing with Lake Merriam, and our names were out there, I have a lot of people that are acquaintances that didn't have any idea I sat on the board and came and talked to me about why do we continue to build when we don't have infrastructure. And I referred them to one of the city council people, Sarah, who made the comment at one of the agenda meetings that I watched that the majority of people just don't want to do infrastructure until they see rooftops. You know, in my terms, people don't have the stomach to put the money into infrastructure before they have housing built, and which is why government ends up being reactive as opposed to proactive. And truthfully, if 15 years ago somebody had said to City Council, we're going to expand Pipkin Road out to 4 lanes because a year after a pandemic we're going to have a housing boom and that's all going to be houses, people would have said, are you kidding me? I want a park in my neighborhood, spend the money there. I want party lights in downtown Lakeland. Nobody has the stomach to do it, and we're doing it again. We're building houses when we know full well there's no infrastructure for these houses in place. When we have infrastructure across on Pipkin Road that we could say, you want to do this, fine, but you've got to build that bridge. You've got to build that bridge over to B and C and make this traffic out on Pipkin Road, which has already been built, as opposed to putting it out on Hamilton, which is a driveway and underwater most of the time. You don't have to clap, folks. It's just factual, and we continue to do this. And I don't know how many of the rest of you have been contacted by people about the vote for Lake Merriam, but they're all saying the same thing. Why are we building when we don't have the infrastructure? Well, we've got the infrastructure for this. We just have to say, fine, you're going to build it, then you have to put the bridge over. All right. Pardon?
Soapbox done.
Well, no, I mean, it just, you know, it doesn't make any sense to me. And like I said, I feel like we were really deceived when I got this, because I was under the impression that that bridge was going to be built from the B and C into this. And then we get this, and we've got the same situation with it coming out on Medulla Road. I'm sorry, you're getting the heat for this, but
I didn't do it, I promise.
But it's true. It's true. I mean, and I'm sure you probably, when you ventured into this, you had no idea what had happened before.
Like everything, it's a question of who pays for it, and that bridge, you know, for, I'll say that number of units, it's going to be, as Mr. Brumby indicated, really dependent on probably Tracts B and C, what the traffic study indicates, whether it can be justified, but who's going to pay for it? You know, which developer is going to?
I'm sorry to say this, but you know, this is sort of the way it is.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can't continue to do this and then be surprised that people are upset about it. And we are continuing to do this without thinking in advance. And this intersection here, I mean, I've had a problem with this for a while. I traveled this route down Hamilton Road to Medulla to pick up my granddaughter twice a day when she was in elementary and middle school. And it's a mess. And it's only gotten worse. And the county forever is saying, we're going to fix this, we're going to do it, and nothing has been done. And you can go out there, you can't stand in the water at that intersection when we have a rain in the summertime. It'll knock you over, the force coming down there.
No, you're right. And I mean, Hamilton Road's been one of our biggest infrastructure challenges on that side of the airport.
And the truth is,
For 10
if you
years.
build this and you allow this to happen, you're going to have every developer in Central Florida buying up those properties and putting housing additions on Hamilton Road. You know it, and I know it. It's going to happen. Once this is bitten off, once somebody says, oh yeah, we can do this, guess what? And it's not fit. It is not fit to have, it's not fit for the transportation that's on there now.
Anybody else have a comment at this time?
No, she's done a great job. Sorry, Susan.
It's quite all right. Well, you know, I brought my mints today because I knew I was going to be
How do you really feel?
How do I really feel? Well, you know, I don't get upset about a lot of things, but when I first of all, when I think somebody's pulled my chain, now that really tees me off. Don't tell me that this is what you're going to do and then turn around and say, yeah, but it's somebody different's going to do something different. And then when I found out they were going to put septic tanks in, I thought, why are we not, everybody, I even made the phone calls over to River and said, do you guys have septic tanks over there, or you're on sanitary sewer? Oh, no, we've got sewers. So if the sewer lines are out there, I think it should be mandated that they have to tap into them. I'm sorry, it's going to cost you money. Well, I mean, it is. It's going to cost you money. And having to build the bridge is going to cost you money. But, you know.
It's actually going to cost the homeowners money. Because of
Can we, I understanding what you're saying, that it's going to cost us money to get where we need to be here. I also want this commission to understand that we've made significant concessions here in our density, which is why we're at quarter-acre lots. You know, you referenced developers from Miami. Those guys would like to see 40-foot lots, 4,000 square feet. We're at quarter-acre here, which is a true number. It's not a clustered number. It's a true quarter-acre lot. If we're going to maintain that density, there's certain things we can and cannot do. This is effectively I would call it a semi-rural development at this point, at just over 1 unit per acre.
But that's not what's projected for that area. We've all known it for years.
But this is what we're asking for. I understand it's not what's projected. That's why it has the medium density. We're at a low density threshold here. So.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just a suggestion. I think we have a lot of public comment on this item. I think it would be helpful to go ahead and get that public comment onto the record, and then we can continue the dialogue if we could. Is that amenable to? Okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and start the public comment period. If you want to speak to this, please come forward, state your name and your address.
Ray Feldwick, 4342 Tacosi Place in Morgan Creek, Phase 1, which is Tract A. I'm concerned about the septic systems. We have had runoff from their wetlands to the point it actually washed out a berm on our retention pond. So this is not a trickle, this is a flood when it comes our way, and we just don't want the sewage in our retention ponds. And I think there's some liability issues on that as well. And that if the homeowners have to pay, it would be cleaning up our pond as well. And I've had experience with this in Baltimore with fecal coliform in a particular area, and it is very difficult once you allow somebody to create this kind of runoff to remediate it. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello again. My name is Beverly Humphreys. I live in Morgan Creek Preserve at 4604 Lathloa Loop. My concern with this project, not only with the septic situation, right now, as everyone knows, there's so much construction in Southwest Lakeland, particularly on the extension on Pipkin Road. I know it takes it for progress, but one of the things that we've had to do is, from our subdivision, is either take county line or go backwards and go that back road to Hamilton to get to Drainfield, to get in and out of our subdivision. Now add to that the congestion when we have Sun and Fun, or we have the Balloon Festival, or when we have those RC shows that are at the airport. The traffic is tripled during those time periods. This project is going to be adding to an already horrible problem for us. And now the city has decided to put the roundabout in front of the airport, so it's taken away our loop to get through to get down Drainfield. So I'm real concerned about the congestion, and I'm also concerned about no red light at the corner of Medela and Pipkin Road, which some of these residents would probably be taking to get into Lakeland, back into Lakeland that way. And you've got a school there at 3 o'clock. The traffic's between 2 and 3. The traffic's terrible. There's no red light. There's been accidents. There's going to continue to be accidents. You've got what is the name of that? Riverstone trying to come out and go left and right onto Pipkin Road. And you've got the school traffic and the traffic on coming from Manila trying to get out and go left and right. And then you've got all these activities there. The infrastructure isn't there for this project. Have you ever been down there, like you said, is it Susan Sites? Like she said, it's like more than ankle deep. It's like mid-leg deep in water. And not to mention getting ambulances through there and fire trucks through there. The city of Lakeland would be providing fire for this development, correct? Yes. How are they going to get those fire trucks back there? I don't understand it. They're not. This is just totally not a good idea, and I pray that you take it into consideration and take what Ms. Seitz has said into consideration. Thank you.
Anyone else?
My voice is gone, so I'm going to try my best. My name is Lance Baker. I live at the corner of Hamilton Road and Medela, 4560 Hamilton Road. And when I heard about this, I was depressed because I was very impressed with the city commission 14 months ago who came in and gave a litany of excuses of why this can't be here, compatibility, flooding. And for compatibility, this is my best analogy. Imagine trying to take a body shop, trying to take a Ford door and put on a Chevy truck. Because show me where this fits in anywhere of where we live. These are all 5-acre lots with one house, not quarter-acre lots with all these houses bunched in here. That doesn't fit anywhere where we live. Secondly, imagine having a 5-gallon bucket here full of paint, because right now we're already full at the corner. It's full. There's no room for traffic. I'm watching school buses can't turn their backup cars 20 cars deep because they can't turn on Hamilton because there's cars and they can't make the turn. And they want y'all to believe, or us to believe, I guess they think we're stupid, that if you had 49 houses, it's not a big deal. It can't handle what we've got, guys. It can't handle it. You could put 49 tents there, and it can't handle it, let alone 49 more houses. It's just not going to happen. I live there every day, and I'm trying, for the life of me, I can't figure out why we're here, because the city sat right here and said, the county should have never approved this. This is not right. The county should have never approved this. This is not ready. But yet here we are again, and I haven't seen the first county truck at my driveway, the first city truck anywhere in my area here fixing anything, and he keeps talking about hopeful. Well, I'm hopeful I'll win the lottery one day too, but I have to work till I do win the lottery. So I don't want to hear hopes and dreams. I want results. I don't want somebody saying, well, we're going to put this here and we're going to fix that later. Later never's going to come. I want it fixed before it goes in. You know what I'm saying? You don't go to the hospital before you have a heart attack, do you? And sit there wait for you to have a heart attack? No, we don't want this. We don't want this put in and then go, well, we promise you we're going to fix this down the road. Baloney. And I know for a fact it's 30 feet from the edge. I called Avery Septic Tank, which is the largest one in the county before the meeting today. It's 30 feet from the edge of that retention pond to that drain field. And I don't see how in 110 feet that's ever going to happen. I mean, I'm a general contractor for 22 years. This is what I do every day. I don't work at the bank. I'll do this every single day of my life. And I built my house there because I love where I live. And when I look at this, it's the lowest part of the whole area. So all the water goes there. So they want us to believe they have a magical plan to build this up, to put houses, and the water's not going to come to the road. Y'all might believe that, but I know better. That's why I'm here today, because I know it's not going to happen. They can promise you everything. They can promise you you're going to be 20 years younger if you'll approve this, but it's not going to happen. They're going to have you a bunch of empty promises and empty dreams, and it's going to be for the homeowners to deal with, not the city commissioners, not this board. It's going to be us that live there every day to deal with this mess if y'all approve this. Thank y'all.
Anyone else?
My name's Ryan Gillespie. I live at 4636 Medela Road. I'm directly north of the property. I mean, I'm wondering why we're here. We've already went down this road. They keep saying they've made a lot of concessions. They went from 85 houses to 78 houses. That's not a lot. That's nothing. And so we've already went through this. The county commissioner or the city commissioners laid out all the reasons: compatibility, flooding, traffic. So why are all these being ignored? Nothing's there. Nothing has changed from before. There's still the same issues. We talk about this road going through. You could say, well, that's going to alleviate traffic. That's not going to alleviate nothing. All that's going to do is make people go from Pipkin Road around the airport through Hamilton Road. That's going to increase that. The flooding, there's nothing they're going to do there to save the flooding. I'm an engineer, and every single one of these topology maps I've seen are wrong. When I built my shop falls, the ground level falls 6 feet from the front of my shop to the back of my shop, and it continues that way all the way to the creek. This is a swamp they're building in. It's pure swamp. They're going to have to build this property up so much, and all that's going to do is block the flooding all the way back to the creek. Those two creeks, English Creek and Morgan Creek, converge there, and that's the problem. They converge, and the bridge at Pipkin Road cannot handle that much flow. And what are we doing? We're putting more houses right on top of it, and it's just going to back up. Right now, that's a swamp. We can use that as area that the water backs up. When they build these houses, it's not going to be able to back up there because they're going to have to build those houses up. So where's the water going to go? It's going to go down to the corner, and it's going to back up along the dirt road on Hamilton to all those people's properties. None of this stuff has been fixed. This whole issue with the septic tank, they've just made it worse by adding the septic tank. My well is right at the back of my property. So now there's going to be about 10 to 15 septic tanks, probably less than 75 feet from my well. They probably can't make it. I haven't measured it, but they probably can't make it to my well. And all of that they're putting right there. So my question is, why are we here? I mean, the city has unanimously voted down this. They didn't change anything. They want to make you think they did it better. There's nothing better about it. It's only worse. So why are we here? That's the question. I guess that's all I got to say.
Anyone else have a comment? No? Yes?
Good morning. My name is John Joyner. I'm a lifelong resident at 3830 Hamilton Road. My wife and I also own property just to the north and to the east of this proposed development. I appreciate the developer and engineers meeting with myself and my wife on our property, and we kind of went over things, concerns that we have with the development, and they got a better idea being there firsthand, you know, instead of just looking at things on a map, pretty much. We have, although the 10-acre portion of the development is in the county, it's still part of the this whole development. So to me, it does matter in it. With the 29 homes on the 10 acres, it's not consistent with what is being proposed on the 35-acre city portion. The density is a lot higher on that 10 acres, which, you know, doesn't help our traffic situation either. Stormwater flows from the north and the east across neighboring properties, across our property, and across the 10-acre property. And it's not a problem for us at this time, but if things aren't handled right, and we talked to the engineers about this concern of ours, if it's not handled properly, we're going to be flooded, and our neighbors to the east are going to be flooded as well. You know, if the design doesn't work, which, you know, it has happened in the past, we're the ones that'll be left with the problem. And, you know, we sure don't want to be flooded out, you know, because actually we plan on building a home there one day on that property. You know, sat down, my wife and myself sat down with neighbors to the Everetts, to the west of this development, and they showed us pictures of flooding that they have had all up around their home, and I'm almost going into their home, and it was really eye-opening. And you know, drainage has to be better all the way through the creek system. So I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Hi, I'm Leanne Joyner, 3830 Hamilton Road, Lakeland, Florida. As my husband stated, we own the property adjacent to the north side of this proposed development. One of the neighbors on the west side of the development, actually, who couldn't be here today, he had been sick, actually has documentation concerning the bridge on Pipkin Road and how that has been a problem. From the time that bridge was built, there were problems that shouldn't have been. And what has happened, what will happen, and what has happened with them, as he said, the Everetts had water right up to their house. And a lot of that is because of the bridge over on Pipkin Road that was not done properly. Although there's plans for this development to handle the drainage that they will be experiencing off of the development, it's still going to be ultimately directed to the creeks where Morgan Creek and English Creek come, and then go and flow out under Pipkin Road. It still adds to the problem. It's not going to stop. Like Ms. Seitz says, let's fix what we've already got to handle instead of waiting to see what happens after we do it. The density of this development makes it worse. Again, the septic tanks can't be, a way to help either. The other thing that I want to bring up is there is one elementary school in the area, R. Bruce Wagner. My grandkids go to R. Bruce Wagner School. As you know, there are over 3,000 homes built directly west of R. Bruce Wagner School. My daughter was told by the principal that they are already over capacity at that school by 250 right now. These developments aren't even done being built, and I've asked someone who works for the school board, are there any plans for any new schools in the area? There are not. I think the closest development for a new school would be on the northeast border of Polk County somewhere, way far away from here. It's been stated here that the staff's intent is to bring the road from Pipkin Road, I'm assuming, all the way through to Medela Road and Hamilton Road. It's not just cars, it's semi-trucks. And now that the warehouses are being built down on Drainfield, the semi-trucks are present on Little Hamilton Road. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who hasn't spoken?
Yeah, I wanted you to pull up on the map that shows the plot up there, the back of my property, which if you go to where the 10 acres is on Medela Road, go up over to the left.
Sir, if you could, I'm getting word from our communications folks again, but to the
All right.
phone, please.
My name is Billy Friend, 4840 Medela Road. I do not oppose development. I'm for it.
We need to be, let me back up. We need to have constructive development with infrastructure. The 35 acres that Mr. Wellman owns, Morgan's Creek LLC, should only be accessed off of Pipkin Road. That was the original agreement. That was for that 35 acres. I have that letter. The proposed plan for the 45 houses with septic tanks, that can cause a major future environmental issues to the creek and the surrounding properties. The other thing, the creek, with all the development that is happening right now in South Lakeland, how high is enough for that creek? It's going to continue to rise. Just by adding Publix, it raised the creek 4 foot. Now, Southern Homes is building over on the east side of the cemetery. There's some more right there because that land sloped back down towards the creek, or towards the creek. So with that developed, then you got another development on County Line Road on the corner of Rouston, which I think is going to be townhomes. That's going to raise the creek. You also got Hawthorne Mill, which isn't complete. That's going to raise the creek. So all of us property owners in South Lakeland, we're very concerned. I don't care what the engineer says, the developers say, there's going to be problems. And the gentleman right here a while ago says, well, if the septic tanks breach, who's going to be responsible? It's going to be the property owner. Well, you know what? I'm kind of old school. If somebody messes something up, guess what? It should go back to the developer, not the property owner. The other thing we have not discussed is the fact that the red light at Medela Road and Pipkin. I've come before the commissioners and asked, can we put a temporary red light there? You know what my answer was? We don't have any money. Well, we got Build Back Biden money, or whatever you want to call it. No emergency response. That's going to be a problem. There's already a problem with response time already to our area.
Sir.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. That's it. I close.
Thank you. Okay. Is anyone else?
Well, I was going to say good morning, but good lunchtime. Shannon Morrell, and I own the property north of the property in which we're speaking of, 4815 Medela Road. I have a horse farm there. We are, I'll just go through the quick points there. Oh, well, let me just state this too. I did develop Lance's property, the 4 5-acre lots to the west of us. We did develop that 14 years ago. It was 1 in 5. We did 1 in 5. I am also the daughter of a contractor. We have real estate development in our family, and we do have a ranch in which we just sold last couple of years 990 acres for rural conservation. So I'm hybrid, let's say. I'm on the development side and on the conservation side. We do have tons of flooding, tons of traffic. We've got the semis now going down Hamilton, and then the kids coming from the school flying down there too. This is best suited, in my opinion, for 1 in 5, 1 in 3. And also note, it is not 45 homes or 35 homes. It is 78 homes, because you've got 29 in front, which don't ask me how the county did that. Shame on them, okay? There is no water. There's water proposed. There is no water. currently. And nobody's digging down the street right now, okay? So you have, as you said, you have small roads, no water, and then no sewage. It is best suited for 1 in 5. We would like to see 1 in 5. And who knows, I already did it once. Maybe I could do it again. The access for that piece that we're talking about currently today is the 29 homes. That is the only access into that. So we are still talking about when you approve this 35, 45 homes, you are approving 78 homes because that is going to come with this. So keep that in mind. In closing, I would like to say we've all done deals, and when there's a good deal, it's a good deal. These guys are here because it's a good deal for them. I've been on that side, been there, done that. When it's a good deal for the people that live there, it's a good deal. Okay, so if it's a good deal for the city, it's a good deal. So let's make this a good deal. And I think you guys can do that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Do you have anything in rebuttal?
Commissioners, William Malloy again, 325 South Boulevard. Just for the record, I'd like to introduce Ms. Heather Wirtz, who's a professional engineer, to walk through a little bit of the drainage considerations that we've taken into account so far, some of the improvements we anticipate, et cetera.
Heather Wirtz with Absolute Engineering, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 925, Tampa, Florida 33602. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Joyner for inviting us or having us out to his place. And we did, get boots on the ground instead of looking at maps or stuff, and, had access to his property. So he was able to show us the points of the drainage that come onto his property and the points where they discharge so that we could be sensitive to that. He was also able to tell us what kind of concerns he had. And one of his main concerns was right there at Hamilton, and there is a very big drainage problem there. But the county, and we've confirmed this with the county engineer, they do have a project and they are funded to construct the project. They are letting the engineering, and it's going to be designed, and it's going to help alleviate that problem. So that's good news. That's one of the reasons why this project has come back with the reduced density in the larger lots, because it's less trips. And I think that staff, approved or supported the number of trips out there previously when it was denied ultimately. I'm just saying that the number of trips was not a problem. And now we're talking about less trips. But back to the drainage. This project will have to go through reviews from City of Lakeland, Polk County, SwiftMud, and FDEP. The project will be required to meet the following stormwater criteria: treatment and attenuation in accordance with SwiftMud, Lakeland, and Polk County criteria. Maintenance of historic drainage patterns, including off-site conveyances through and around the project. We can't block drainage. We have to let it pass through adequately. There are no proposed encroachments into the 100-year floodplain. There are no proposed wetland encroachments. Everything's happening in the upland. And this development will be required to show that no adverse impacts to adjacent properties occur. Some site-specific related concerns being addressed. The applicant, and this is even from the previous application, although this one stands on its own, has agreed to exceed city, SwiftMud, and Polk County criteria, which currently requires the rate of discharge to be less in the post-development than the pre. So the peak rate of discharge and the volume up to the 25-year storm event. What we're doing is we're going to do that up to the 100-year event. So we're going to retain any increase in volume on our site, and it won't be discharged into the creek. So this site will not cause an adverse impact and add to the creek flooding because we're going above and beyond any criteria from city, county, or SwiftMud. So I wanted to address that concern because I know people are concerned. That's pretty much all I have to say, as far as the drainage goes, but I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from anyone on the board? Comment?
Mr. Chair, I just want to make a comment about, there's been several comments about, why are we here again, or why is this being heard again? And I just wanted to point out that, just because this project was denied, the city code basically puts that denial as, in effect for 12 months. Once that time frame is passed, the city is obligated to consider the application that's submitted again. So even if the same developer with the same application came in 12 months and a day after that denial and applied, we would be obligated to put it through this process again. And so that, that's just a legal requirement that we have to. Certainly if it was the exact same application, the exact same developer, and the circumstances out there, everything was pretty much the same, then ultimately the decision should be the same, the outcome should be the same. But I just wanted to put that out there, that we're legally obligated to consider the applications when they're submitted, past that 12-month time frame. Certainly this is just a different application, and as I said before, I strongly encourage you to keep an open mind that this is a new application and the circumstances are a little bit different. But that's for you all to decide if whether or not it's now compatible.
And you have a new city commission to some degree also. How many months has it been since they rendered their decision?
I'm not sure about that. I think we have yes, I think maybe Mr. Music might be one new commissioner. But ultimately, the project needs to be compatible. I mean, that's there, and under our planned unit development standards, there's variety of types of compatibility. But I wanted to point out too specifically is that there's the use compatibility, but there's also the environmental compatibility. So, under that environmental compatibility, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. It's a fine line of how much detail we require an applicant, because if they don't have the entitlements locked in place, you're requiring them to do all these studies and invest into a project that there's no real guarantee that they're going to be able to get done. So to require a lot of that done on the front end, it can be burdensome sometimes. So that we walk a fine line there, but they do have the burden of proving both use compatibility and environmental compatibility. So to the extent that the board wants more information or more study done to those questions, then that would be important for the board to raise that to the applicant and ask for them to provide that information during this process.
Why are we here was a rhetorical question.
I understand. I did want to make clear to everyone that the staff cannot get an application for something and say, no, not a chance. This was denied before. You don't even get to go in front of the board again. So the staff we're obligated to put these things through the process and in front of the board for consideration. So I just wanted to make that clear for everyone.
And just a couple of questions for the applicant team. The first is has there been an evaluation of the feasibility of a bridge crossing of Morgan Creek? What would be the potential costs associated with that? And is that something that would allow this site to have just only access off of Pipkin Road to the south? That seems to be a pretty big question.
I believe that based on today's conversations, it's an excellent question. I don't think we have the information in terms of a cost analysis of what it would take to make that span. It sounds like that's something we will have to investigate at this point. To this point, we tried to make it work without it.
Because I think that's an important point, as well as, and I think the second issue is, has there been any conversation with water utilities with the city about any sewer or water upgrades along Medela Road? I know that there have been some plans in the past for extending water off of County Line or sewer from the Sun and Fun campus. Has that been evaluated? And if there is infrastructure coming down Medela Road, I think it'd be important to be able to connect to that central system if it's under development by the Water Utilities Department.
You know that better than I do.
Hey,
Mr.
Chuck.
Ford's going to answer.
Yeah, the sewer force main is currently located 5,370 feet east of Hamilton on Medela, and so we don't know of any upgrades that are happening. We can certainly check into that, but right now it's basically a mile to the east to find sewer.
Because I recall that there was some city commission action here recently about a study or, an alignment evaluation of some infrastructure in that area. And so I think maybe what it's boiling down to is depending on the cost of the water and wastewater infrastructure, the cost of the bridge, it almost seems like it's a timing issue. The development proposal relative to all of these infrastructure upgrades connecting actually to the site. So that's something that we would need to consider in a recommendation. Is this premature, or is the infrastructure coming? What stage of the evaluation and design is it in, or is there construction funded for through either the city or county budgets? Those are big questions that we want to make sure are addressed.
Is there a motion of any sort?
I'd like to speak, please. Dave Ford with Absolute Engineering. I think you already have the address, but I'll repeat it. 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 925, Tampa, 33602. Certainly, we can take a look at doing the bridge. It's quite a distance across, because it's a floodway, and there could be no barriers whatsoever. It can't be any columns. It's got to completely clear the floodway. But we would think that there should be some participation from the BC group on the south side if we do that. Also, just keep this in mind. If that connection is made, you're going to have a lot of traffic going north up through the development back up to Manila Road, which is nearly not in good a shape as Pipkin Road is. It's just something to consider. Traffic's going to go both ways, but you're going to increase the traffic through the development to the north. All right, and also, I checked, there's no plan for the county to extend their water line, their wastewater line to the west. We do intend, if this development goes forward, to connect to the water that's to the west off of County Line Road. We will provide water, but at this time, based on the number of lots, it's not feasible from a fiscal perspective to extend a line almost a mile, especially at today's prices. Unless we got a smaller lots, greater density, if we got smaller lots, we would then be able to afford to extend the sewer line rather than septic. Thank you.
Any other comments from you?
Do you have any further rebuttal or comment and conclusion for this?
No, unless there's any further questions for us, that's it.
Mr. Chair, this is a public hearing, so there would be no motion today. This, if I'm correct, Mr. Barman can correct me if I'm wrong, but staff would be preparing their recommendation and
then come back to us, okay. And
we come back next month with that recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that does conclude our public meeting. The next item of business is, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes from the last April meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Item 8, small-scale land use amendment to change the future land use designation from mixed commercial corridor to community activity center, and a major modification of plan unit development zoning to allow for a 3-story, 102,648 square foot commercial building consisting of a 99,648 square foot mini warehouse self-storage facility with 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail uses on approximately 2.14 acres located at 1141 East Memorial Boulevard. Owner William Thomas Mims, applicant Shelton Rice, Peterson and Myers, PA.
Good morning. For the record, Philip Scarish, Principal Planner with Community Economic Development. I apologize, that description was not correct. I'll read from the staff report. This is a small-scale land use amendment, change the future land use designation from mixed commercial corridor, MCC to a CAC, and major modification of PUD to allow for a 3-story, 1,000 square foot commercial building consisting of a 99,000 square foot mini warehouse self-storage facility with 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail uses. I apologize, that description was not updated on my slideshow right there, so that was incorrect, but it's all correct in your packet. So this is total is 102,648,000 square foot commercial building. The mini warehouse portion is 99,648 with 3,000 square foot of commercial. And with that said, this location is 1141 East Memorial, located at the southwest corner of North Lake Parker Drive and East Memorial Boulevard. Right here, it is currently a PUD, an older PUD, adopted back in the 90s. At the public hearing, anyway, this was the site plan that was presented before you. There's this, with an access here with the parking in front. The applicant has done a redesign of this. As a reminder, this was a continuation from the April. It's been a while. This is continuation from last month anyway, but they have a new site plan that is in your packet, and so this is the new site plan. So it brings the building up closer. It's a 10-foot setback from East Memorial, which is consistent with our urban corridor policies and our comprehensive plan. So that setback, bringing that building closer to East Memorial, is consistent. And what we actually are looking for is bring building and storefronts up closer to the road. So what you see here is a new site plan. There's the closest point right here is 10 feet with the parking on the west side, and drive aisle connecting it with the church next door. There was a easement, access easement that allows the church members to come out here at Lake Parker Drive. So this is a site plan that is going up for adoption now. Just go back to the previous site plan. Showing that building further back. So, new site plan. The elevations were also changed as well. So these are the two elevations that face Memorial and Parker. So this is the elevation that will face Parker, and this is the elevation that will face Memorial. And then the rear elevation, the rear and the side, this is what you will see on the side facing the church, and then this is the rear elevation that faces the city's storage yard to the south there. The recommendation is for approval of the modification with the updated conditions. As I go through these, I'll try to do as briefly as possible, but I'm just want to park at B there for a second. The permitted uses, a mini warehouse self-storage facility with accessory office uses, and those permitted by right within the C1 zoning district. Outdoor storage of boats, RVs, trailers, and other vehicles shall be prohibited. One request the applicant has made, and I'll let him speak about that. There were a question about dry cleaning pickup drop-off, which cleaning establishments in the C1 are a conditional use. But when you look at a drop-off pickup location, I think that is a perfectly acceptable use at this location. So with the discretion of this, I would add that we add a dry cleaning pickup and drop-off. No coin laundries, nothing like that. But I think Mr. Rice has some language that he's going to propose as well. Going further into conditions, again, we have a mini warehouse facility of 99,648 square feet, and again, 3,000 square foot of commercial. And as we move into these exhibits, I'm going to change that. That should be D, but not E. Those are Ds, so I'll change those. That's just a Scrivener error. Maximum, the height changes from 2 to 3 stories. And then the new setback is 10 feet from Memorial Boulevard and a minimum of 25 feet from Lake Parker Avenue right-of-way. Other conditions still apply. When we get down to the site development, the site shall be in development in accordance with the approval of the Director of Community Economic Development. Minor alterations may be made at the time of a site plan review. Architectural elevations, the exterior building elevation shall be designed in substantial accordance with the architectural elevations as shown in attachments D1 and D2 within your packet. And again, minor changes can be made to that during the site plan review. Development standards in accordance with the C2 urban corridor context. Access, public road access shall be limited to those driveways illustrated in the site plan. The site plan shall comply with the Florida Department of Transportation permitting requirements. Adjustments to the project driveways may be approved by the Director of Community Economic Development to address concerns made up by the FDOT when they go through that approval process. Landscaping and buffering in accordance with our land development code. Non-conforming signs, there's a billboard on the site. Any billboards existing on the subject property shall be removed prior to the commencement of construction of the self-storage facility, so that existing billboard will have to be removed. And then the ground floor transparency, as shown. The attachment there, again, that's going to be the street facing north, Lake Parker Avenue. That's going to be an attachment D1, and I made that change as we move forward, but that little attachment reference will change. The ground floor transparency in accordance with 3.4.7.4 of the Land Development Code. Glass doors with individual glass panels have a visible light transmittance rating of at least 40%. And again, at the Director of Economic Community Development Director, alternative architectural treatments may be considered at the ground floor for North Lake Parker at the time of building permit review without requiring a modification to the PUD. Outdoor lighting should be in accordance with the Land Development Code. Off-street parking in accordance with the approved site plan. And again, also ADA compliance route from East Memorial Boulevard to and Lake Parker to the entrance. Bicycle parking is required. And then condition R, prior to the site plan approval, a perpetual cross-access easement agreement shall be executed to accommodate a future cross-access easement condition adjacent to the property to the west. This agreement shall be recorded by Polk County Clerk of Courts. There's a slight modification to that condition, which I'll put up in a second. And then lastly, a binding concurrency application shall be made prior to site plan approval. There's one minor change to condition R, which I'll put up on the screen. This is the condition that you had said.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. This condition was, modification was to address the request by the applicant to recognize that there is a cross-access easement that exists on the subject property, that we don't end up duplicating what is already legally in place on the site. So the revised condition R language just basically states, it states that prior to site plan approval, the applicant shall demonstrate that a perpetual cross-access easement agreement has been executed to accommodate a cross-access connection to the adjacent property to the west, and this agreement shall be recorded with the Polk County Clerk of Courts.
Well, that will be reflected with the applicant's consensus, that'll be reflected when this moves forward to the City Commission as well. And those, I again apologize, when the staff report changed and we had to do new exhibits and everything, some of those references were not correct, but we'll make sure that those are corrected before they move on to city commission. So I apologize for that.
So the changes are, condition R, the exhibit labels.
That's in the memo. I think that was only in the slides.
Okay, it was
Yeah,
on
the
the
older
slide.
slides.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it's condition R and then the provisions for dry cleaning, pickup and drop off.
Exactly, yes.
Operations, got it.
Any questions from the board? Okay. So now we get a motion now to.
The applicant's going to talk.
You can either or, yeah.
Good afternoon. For the record, Shelton Rice. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Peterson and Myers, address 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida. Today I'm here on behalf of Stein Investments and RCG Ventures. I have with me in attendance today Mr. Jeff Miller, who's been very patient with us as we've worked through this process. I want to appreciate Mr. Scarce and thank him for his presentation. It was thorough. He's addressed a lot of the concerns and the issues that have come up throughout this process. This is a project that we presented initially in March. The only change significantly is really shifting that building a little bit closer to Memorial Boulevard to accommodate an access connection for the property to our west that is already in place via deed from a few years back. So that's already been recorded. A couple of the other things to address. We have asked for this additional use that's a conditional use allowed in the C1 zoning district, which are permitted as proposed in these conditions, to allow a pickup, drop-off, dry cleaning service. We agree with staff. We believe that's appropriate for this site and would help accommodate some of the alternative uses in addition to the self-storage that we're contemplating on this property. The other changes, as Mr. Barnby mentioned, regarding the cross-access, that has been indicated and it's already provided for in a deed from the City of Lakeland to Mr. Mims, the current owner. That would remain in place. That's perpetual, and it provides access to the property to our west, which is a church, to cross to our eastern boundary to Lake Parker. So having said that, we appreciate your time. I know it's been a long hearing. I can go through a full presentation, but I'll spare you that unless you ask for it. We appreciate everybody's attention to this.
I do have one question. Because you moved it to make that access, to make it accessible for that parcel on the west, do you foresee any people going off of Memorial to avoid a light or congestion? And were you planning to put any sort of speed humps in there to kind of slow that?
Yes, ma'am. So we haven't evaluated that fully. I believe there is a turn lane for Memorial Boulevard there already, so they could, be in the turn lane and go onto Lake Parker Avenue. Am I correct there, Chuck?
That's correct. There's a dedicated right turn lane and kind of a sweeping radius at that intersection. It's actually probably one of the best performing state road intersections we've got in the entire city. So
People are people, and they will
So
try to avoid it.
They potentially could. We haven't contemplated speed bumps or those things. Sometimes with storage and trailers, and you want to avoid some of those things. But we'll go through that fully at site plan development.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Rice, are you agreeable to all the conditions that were presented by the staff and the language of those?
I am. Thank you.
Okay. Then, do I hear a motion to accept the recommendations of the staff subject to the conditions that they put in there?
I move to approve based on conditions staff presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
And just for the record, to note that Mr. Locke and Ms. Tom had to step out, so they were not part of that vote or that consideration. They had another obligation today.
And for the board members, there is lunch in the back, given that we have blown right through lunch hour. So there is something to look forward to.
Okay, item 9 has been postponed, item 10 has been postponed, so.
We have to vote on those, don't we?
Yes.
Yes, I guess we
So
do.
we have to read them and vote on them.
Item 9, major modification of planned unit development zoning to increase the maximum number of multi-family dwelling units allowed from 152 to 288. Increase the maximum allowable building height from 2 stories to 3 stories, and adopt a site plan for a new multi-family development project on 26.8 acres. generally located south of the Polk Parkway, east of Hardin Boulevard, and west of the Villas 3, 1020 Parkway Frontage Road South. Owner GG3 Investments, LC, applicant Nick Everly, Hill Point, LLC.
I thank you again, Philip Scarce, Principal Planner, Community Economic Development. We're requesting a one-month continuation for this case. We had, after the public hearing, we had requested some additional information regarding the traffic analysis, which we received, but we just not in time to evaluate it for this public hearing today, or for us to make our recommendation. So we want to come back with you next month with our recommendation on this. So with that, we're just recommending continuation until June.
Now, is there a motion to approve the staff's request for a one-month continuance?
I move to approve the staff's request for a one-month continuance.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Item 10, change in land use from residential low to residential medium on approximately 25.92 acres. A change in land use from neighborhood activity center to residential medium on approximately 3.81 acres, and a major modification of planned unit development zoning from Town Park Estates Ordinance 4471 as amended to allow a multifamily residential development with a maximum of 356 dwelling units on 29.73 acres located south of Town Park Boulevard and west of Yates Road. Owner English Creek LLC, applicant Sarah Case, next level planning permitting.
Again, Philip Scarce, Community Economic Development. For the record, we request another continuance or a continuance for this for up to 3 months. There's there was a lot of questions, if you recall, at the last public hearing, not only from the public, but from staff as well, and from you. And they haven't even, at that time, they hadn't even implemented their traffic analysis, which we felt was very important for us, obviously for staff to make a recommendation. They do have a traffic consultant on board, and they're working on their methodology right now, and are working on that study. The reason we're requesting the 3 months is just to make sure we get everything buttoned down. There's site plan issues, there's the access issues, and we just wanted to make sure that they had enough time to address our concerns, but they can come back prior to the 3 months. So if they come back in July, or if they come back next month, if they get everything done here the next few weeks, and we feel comfortable with the recommendation, we'll come back to you when we're ready. But we feel like a 3-month continuance is just, so we just don't keep continuing, month after month. We just feel that's appropriate right now.
Yeah, given the issues with the project, we didn't feel like 1 month could be enough. There are multiple parts here with compatibility, density. I believe the unit mix, they were all 1 bedroom initially, which we did not think was appropriate. So we really like that. We think the project can kind of maybe even start over how they're approaching it. So we would ask that you continue this until August at least, and we'll come back beforehand that we feel like they're ready.
I move that we grant the 3-month continuance for item number 10.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I think Mr. Campbell has some.
I do, excuse me, but yes, I represent the developer, and I'm here with Sarah Case. We have contractual obligations, so we would respectfully request, we have commenced with the traffic analysis. We understand the staff's concerns on several fronts. I was not involved originally, but we've already reached out to schedule a meeting with the staff. And so we request a 1 month because of contractual obligations. If it takes more time, requires more time for the staff to be comfortable, we're glad to do that. And I would ask Jared a question. Under the notice requirements, I don't think you can say at a noticed hearing that it'll be 3 months, but if we come back earlier, we may come back earlier without completely renoticing it. And so I think the requirement is to announce a date certain of when it's continued to. So those who received the original notice, who could be here if they wanted, would have further notice of when it's continued to. So we would respectfully request that it be 1 month just because of our contractual timing and obligations, with the understanding that we will certainly work with your staff, and if we get into this and they say it is too complicated to make it and come back to you in a month, that we will further continue it. And we don't mean to belabor that. We just are conducting ourselves within contractual timelines.
Well, just, I guess to respond to the comment, I mean, I think that we could potentially notice again, or redo notice as meeting times adjust. But, you know, of course, if we did 1 month, then, you know, we could address a continuance again at that time if staff wasn't ready next month. So I really think it's kind of the pleasure of the board. I mean, we can get notice out there, whatever it may be. And I believe we've already had our public hearing on this particular item, although it sounds like it may change substantially, which may warrant an additional public comment period for this board. But I would defer to the board, and if the applicant is requesting 1 month, I would advise the board to go with the applicant's request. The applicant typically should control that part of the process, you know, the timing and that sort of thing.
So we make a motion to amend.
I didn't catch who made the motion, but okay, I would just, the maker of the motion and the second could move to rescind that and then make a new motion after that.
Did you make a motion to rescind?
I make a motion to rescind the previous motion I made.
And you seconded, so do you agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, and then if you could, right, and then I get call for a vote on that, on rescinding that motion.
Yes, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Now will somebody make a motion?
I make a motion for a 1 month continuance at the request of the applicant on this item.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you. I apologize for the procedural chaos. I was trying to run up here. I wasn't quick enough.
We're just tired.
It's a long day, I understand. Thank you very much.
I pack snacks.
Item 11, plat approval for the Village at Gresham Farms on approximately 28.89 acres, generally located east of County Line Road and north of Ralston Road. Owner, Gresham Farms Development, LLC. Applicant, Econ South, LLC.
Good afternoon, Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development. Econ South, LLC, on behalf of the Gresham Farms Development, LLC, have submitted a subdivision plat for the Village at Gresham Farms subdivision. The proposed plat consists of 69 lots on approximately 28.89 acres. It is generally located east of County Line Road and north of Ralston Road. Plats are reviewed by the City Subdivision Review Team for compliance with Article 9, which are our subdivision regulations, and we are recommending approval to the Planning and Zoning Board.
And to confirm, the lot count was 79?
Note is 69.
Because we've got lot 78, up through 78 in the middle.
That's a typo, my apologies. 78, excuse me.
Any questions of Joshua?
I move to approve the plat as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Item 12, plat approval for Biltmore Park subdivision number 1 on approximately 0.5 acres located at the northwest corner of South Clayton Avenue and Cumberland Street. Owners James Westman and Artisan Operations LLC. Applicant Matthew Longnecker. Homes by Artisan.
Good afternoon again, Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development. Matthew Longenecker and Homes by Artisan have submitted a subdivision plat for the Biltmore Park subdivision number 1. This is a replat, and it consists of 3 lots on approximately 0.58 acre, located at the northwest corner of South Clayton Avenue and Cumberland Street. Plats are reviewed by the city subdivision review team for consisting with Article 9 of the city's land development code, and we are recommending approval of this request.
Is there a motion to approve the request? Joshua?
I move to approve the plat approval request for Biltmore Park.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
One more time. Report of the city commission. Okay.
All right, so yesterday, the city commission approved the comprehensive plan text amendment to incorporate the water supply plan into the comp plan. That was something that was originally heard by the city commission back in December, went through the state review process, and was carried forward for adoption yesterday. The city commission also approved a modified version of the Lakeside Preserve, both land use and the zoning component there at the southeast corner of Pipkin Creek and Drainfield. The changes were to reflect the ongoing coordination between the multifamily developer and the single-family developer related to internal access and off-site mitigation or access mitigation at the intersection. That was approved by the commission, and then the commission also approved the Geneva Academy Pavilion on New Jersey Road. In terms of upcoming hearings, next month we have a hearing for a ADU, accessory dwelling unit on Shady Lane. We have a conditional use application for an existing church on Papel Avenue that is looking to construct a small addition to the church facility, but the church is not covered by a CUP today, and so the intent would be to adopt an ordinance that would address that. We would also have a conditional use permit for a parking facility on the Florida Citrus Mutual site at 411 East Orange Street. We're bringing forward a land use change to reflect the development of the Southwest Park right there on Pipkin Road between Medalla and Hawthorne Ranch. A little over 100 acres, and definitely something that is a significant step in terms of getting park infrastructure in Southwest Lakeland. And then we have a PUD request for the Ledger site to add residential retail uses, and so that proposal will be coming forward next month as well. So no rest for the weary. We have a number of these projects coming back that we heard today, and certainly more on the horizon. So we certainly appreciate the board's staff and the public's indulgence today. This was one of the longer meetings we've had in a long time, and
Should we go home and change clothes before?
Exactly. But there is lunch in the back, so.
And I apologize to the board members for losing my temper today.
We do need to call for adjournment if that is the pleasure of the board. Well, sir, we're still on the air.
So move.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
And with that, we're adjourned.
We're done.
And with that, I apologize, but. I think they need to look at this one.
By the way, I know. I did too. I did it at the wrong time though. No. Everybody in there.
All right.
Are you guys scheduled to go back to Disney? Because I think it's going to be like a virtual, I think it might be like a lightning lane or.
Virtual queue.
Yeah.
That's good.
I have a DAS.
We'll see what happens.
Well, you guys enjoy.
You're bailing on us?
Yeah, I'm gonna bail on you for lunch. I sent my husband a text, I said, we're still in the meeting, and I got, oh my God.
And it'll give you a comeback time, so you're not standing in line, but you're still waiting in line. If that makes sense. So if Avery's got issues, sensory issues or anything like that, or if anybody does, I have peripheral neuropathy, so I can't stand for a super long period of time, nor can I sit for a super long period of time.
Actually, with Brad would be the one.
So, yeah, you can do it, and it's super easy to do. I did mine at Epcot.